Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Became the Red Dragon Emperor Part 5. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 42, Painful Memories. Traitor. 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 That single word was repeated constantly. For his part, Izuku was confused, not knowing what the children who carried him were referring to, who shouted at him louder and louder. That was already bothering Izuku, who stopped them. Izuku, raising his voice enough, causing everyone to shut up. Why are you telling me I'm a traitor? I haven't done anything to you. Walking away from them. I don't have time for this. I have to go back and make sure everyone is okay. Concentrating to leave, but he couldn't. Why? Carrier child, it's useless. We were the ones who brought you here. Carrier girl, and we will not allow you to leave, traitor. Izuku, what? Trying to get back out, but it was useless. Damn, I can't get out on my own. Looking everywhere, I'll have to ask Issei for help. Child carrier, if you are looking for that pervert, he is not here. Child carrier, since that goddess came, she has not appeared around here. Izuku, shit. Clenching his fists, if I want to get out of here, I'll have to know why you're mad at me. Staring at all the carrier children. Okay, let's get this over with quickly. Why do you call me a traitor when I haven't done anything to you? Child carrier, angry, miserable. You still have the cheek to say that to us? Carrier girl, you are wrong, equally angry, but controlling her anger better. It's not what you did, but what you didn't do. Izuku, confused. What do they mean? Carrier children, you speaking at the same time. You should have destroyed the world. Izuku, in shock without saying anything. Carrier child, you were able to use the powers of the celestial dragon, and you also activated the Juggernaut drive, but instead of killing them all, clenching his fists, you help them. You protect them. Carrier girl, even though they themselves were the ones who made our lives miserable by killing us all just for being quirkless. Carrier child, those same unfortunate people were the ones who made you go through the same thing, or have you already forgotten? Carrier girl, there is also that girl Melissa who went through something similar. None. Carrier children, speaking at the same time again. No one deserves to continue living. Izuku, coming out of shock. That's not true. Not everyone is like that. There are still people who. Child carrier, shut up. Why did you forget? Do you remember everything they did to you? You of all people should know how we feel. Raising his hands in the direction of Izuku. Remember. 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 And with that last scream, an immense light blinded Izuku, who began to remember his past, everything he had had to endure once he found out he was quirkless, and the first memory that came to his head was that first day of hell that his life would become for 10 years. Midoriya apartment, 10 years ago. Inko, opening the door. We're here, entering the apartment with a face full of sadness. Izuku, mommy, entering behind Inko with her eyes red from crying so much on the way back. Am I damaged? Inko, of course not, darling. Bending down to hug her son. You are not damaged, you are perfect just the way you are, and I'm sure your father would think the same. Hisashi, leaving a room. Hello, welcome, approaching both of them with a big smile. I'm sorry for not receiving you before. I was reading my email. What do you think? They are considering me for a better job abroad. By the way, how did it go at the hospital? Have you already found out what's going on with Izuku's quirk? Slightly changing his tone. Yes, he will have one, right? Inko, congratulations on the job offer, love, but we need to talk. Stepping aside to show Izuku. Hisashi, what happened? Approaching his son. Izuku, I starting to cry again. I will never have a quirk. Hisashi, what? Clenching his fists without either of them noticing. Inko, the doctor explained to us that Izuku will never awaken any quirk. Hisashi, do you mean that my son is? Inko, yes, he is quirkless. Starting to shed tears. Love, we must do something. We must protect our son. You know how they treat them. We must. Noticing her husband with a look full of fury. Izuku, noticing the change in his father. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay? Not being able to finish his question because he received a strong blow to the face and starting to cry much louder due to the pain. Hisashi, lunging out to give Izuku another punch in the face. Damn you. No son of mine will be a disgusting quirkless. Inko, alarmed, pushing her husband away from her son. You've gone crazy. How did you have the difference of hitting your son like that? Trying to calm Izuku. Hisashi, shut up. It's his damn fault that our lives will be ruined. Inko, crying from hearing Izuku's incessant crying. Izuku is not to blame for anything. He's only 5 years old. Hisashi, if people find out that we had a quirkless child, I can say goodbye to my chance at that job. Slowly approaching both of them while Inko put Izuku behind her back. I can't allow that. I've sacrificed a lot to get that, and no disgusting quirkless will stop me from having it starting to breathe fire. That's why I'll get rid of the useless one. Inko, I will not allow you to hurt my son. Activating her quirk to throw a small vase at her husband, breaking it and making him bleed. Hisashi, very angry. Damn hitch. Launching himself with all his might towards Inko. After that both adults began to fight, but Hisashi, having more strength, was able to prevail over Inko and began to hit her and burn her all over her body, while the whole scene was seen by a small Izuku paralyzed with fear and more when his father got up to approach him, while he saw how Inko was motionless on the ground. Hisashi, look what you're forcing me to do. Damn quirkless, breathing fire while clenching his fists. It was a complete mistake to have brought you into this world. About to hit him. After that day, Izuku never saw his father again. That man had abandoned them. But unfortunately for him, hell had only just begun, and so he moved on to the next memory, which was when all his kindergarten classmates found out. Kindergarten 10 years ago. Teacher, talking to other teachers outside in the courtyard, not caring if the children heard. Did you hear? Midoriya was diagnosed as quirkless. Teacher, yes, it is a shame to have him enrolled in this kindergarten. Professor, I just hope this doesn't taint our work record. The last thing I need is some disgusting quirkless kid ruining my life. Teacher, by the way, where is the useless one? We should bring him in before the others so that no one sees him. Teacher, it's in the sandbox, but wait a second. With a mischievous smile, my kids are having fun with it. Extra kids, but look who we have here, the useless one. Can't do anything right. Why don't you just walk away and never come back? Extra girls. Ha ha ha, I heard my dad say that all quirkless are pathetic, and seeing Midoriya I can say, putting on an arrogant smile, that he was right. Ha ha ha. Yes, and look at him. Apart from being pathetic, he is very ugly. I am sure he will never get a girlfriend. Only a complete idiot could be interested in a useless person. He is so different from Bakugo. Sighing a little, he is so cool. Extra kid, look, talking about him. There he comes, making everyone look at him, noticing his group of friends. Bakugo, with a smile, entering the sandbox. Hello, do you want to play? Picking up sand in his hands. Izuku, excited, thinking he still had a friend. Really? Of course. With eyes shining with excitement. What are we going to play? Bakugo, it's a game that we can all play, and it's called Creating Explosions, while his group of friends surrounded Izuku. Hit that useless Deku. After that, all the children of the garden began to hit Izuku, led by Bakugo. All this happened before the attentive gaze and laughter of the teachers. The days went by, and the happy look that Izuku had was completely dull. Inko, faced with that situation, she no longer knew what to do. Since Hisashi left, she has had to work to support her son. As a result of all that stress, she had started to eat much more than necessary. But even so, she never stopped worrying about her son. Midoriya apartment, 9 years ago. Inko, honey, you can skip kindergarten today. Seeing Izuku's dull look. Oh my god, what can I do? No matter how many demands I make, they never do anything, and I don't have money to send him somewhere else. Izuku, mommy is always trying hard for me. I have to help her too. Neighbor, leaving his apartment, noticing the scene. Are you still here? Because of that useless son of yours, our apartments are worth less and less. Looking at Izuku with disgust, and all this because your hitch of a mother doesn't have the courage to get rid of you. Inko, very angry. The only useless one is you. You do nothing but spend the whole day without working, being supported by your wife. Taking Izuku's hand, come honey, today you stay with me. if you help me I will prepare your favorite Katsudan entering her apartment closing the door forcefully. Neighbor, angry damn hitch having an idea, I'm not the only one who wants them out, maybe if we start painting their walls they'll get out once and for all. After that day, every morning Inko had to clean the walls with various messages written with paints somewhere, damn Quirkless. Get out of our sight. Useless. You just give us all a bad image here, why don't you just die? And with that memory finished, another one had immediately arrived, this time it was of Izuku, now 10 years old. During all that time, Inko was able to get some teachers fired and get some parents to force their children not to mess with Izuku, all based on lawsuits that she was gradually winning. The problem was that one child continued to torment him, and that was none other than Bakugo. Park 5 years ago. Bakugo, chasing Izuku come back here damn Deku. Creating explosions to scare him more you haven't had your daily supply of explosions yet. Having an evil smile. Izuku, trembling as he comes up behind a tree please Kaken, not today please starting to cry. Bakugo ah? And who asked for your useless opinion? Launching himself towards Izuku, then holding him and pulling his hair ha 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 ha, you're so pathetic, Deku. Izuku, recognizing some faces of his neighbors passing by please help me. Being ignored as he watched everyone who saw them smile. Bakugo, a Quirkless has no right to even speak. Giving him multiple explosions all over his face and to think that Aunt Inko had to kneel before my mother's old lady, begging her to leave you alone. Creating stronger explosions starting to make Izuku bleed and the best of all was how the old lady told him that we're just playing ha 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 stopping creating explosions. Getting up from the ground while Izuku didn't move Quirkless have no rights slowly walking away from the park. Not even to exist. After that, Izuku had been left unconscious, being very injured with his right eye severely damaged. Fortunately, the elderly owner of most of the apartments where they lived had heard the explosions and when he went to check, he was terrified to see the little boy in a pool of his own blood. That elderly man had called emergency services and also informed Inko of how he found his son. The hours passed and after a while Izuku had woken up on a hospital gurney and the first thing he heard were the screams of two women outside his room. He immediately recognized those voices. Hospital, hallway 5 years ago. Inko, very angry Mitsuki surgery. Crying from helplessness they had Tio perform emergency surgery on Izuku or he would have lost his eye. Clenching his fists what part of that does it seem like children's play to you? Mitsuki, nervous to see her friend so angry Inko I'm sorry, Katsuki went a little too far. Inko, a little. My son almost lost his eye. Mitsuki, I know, I promise I'll talk to him so that. Inko, what for? So that he keeps hitting my son? I'm tired of putting my head on the ground begging you to change your damn demon of a school. Mitsuki, somewhat angry at how they called her son. Hey, don't call him that. I know he has a bad temper, but I won't let you call my son that. Besides, why am I the one who has to change schools? Inko, because you know perfectly well that I can't pay for another place where Izuku can finish his studies. Mitsuki, staying silent not knowing what to say. Inko, exhaling air I'm already tired of this, it's always the same with you. You don't know how many demands I've imposed on the school to control the students and not let anything happen to Izuku. But that's useless against Katsuki. All the teachers praise him just for having a strong quirk and they prefer to look the other way. And you being my friend, instead of helping me you simply do nothing, you just stand there watching everything without moving a single finger to correct your son's attitude opening the door to Izuku's room. I'm not going to waste any more of my time with you, you're my friend. But if I have to choose between your friendship and my son, it's clear which one I would choose entering the room to close the door just to say a few last words to the one who was once his friend. See you later Mrs. Bakugo. After that day, the only friendship Inko had left was broken by herself. Even so, she never regretted it. For her being by her son's side was her highest priority, much more than any friendship, and again one memory ended and another began. Time went by, but hell never ended, all because of Bakugo, who once they entered high school the first thing he did was tell everyone that Izuku was quirkless. Of course the mockery and humiliation began immediately, and the one who was always in front of everything was Bakugo. High school 3 years ago. Izuku, walking through the halls. Thank God the day is over, I must hurry before, distracted by his thoughts, but is immediately pushed to the ground. Bakugo, hey useless, be of some use and give us your money, my friends, and I want to have fun. Izuku, Kak and I starting to shake. I can't, I only have enough for the bus. If I gave it to you I would have to walk to being silenced with an explosion in his face. Bakugo, shut up. I didn't ask for your opinion. Approaching a stunned Izuku only to take his wallet and take out all his money. Is this all? You're not even good for this. Throwing Izuku's wallet out the window. Let's go. We can do something with this misery. Walking away with his friends. Minion 1, ha ha ha, how pathetic. His mother works so hard, but all the money she earns goes to lawyers. What a waste. Minions 2, speaking of her mother, it's a shame she's gotten so fat and ugly. If she had the body she had years ago, I wouldn't mind having a little fun with her. With a perverted smile. Teacher, leaving a classroom, seeing Izuku lying on the floor. Midoriya, what do you think you're doing? Izuku, I am sorry, getting up with difficulty. But Kaken stole my. Teacher, silence. I will not allow you to defame Katsuki's good name. He is the star of this school. He is the only one who has the potential to be the greatest hero with his incredible quirk. Now go home. And don't you dare say that again, or else I will make sure to make you fail all your exams. Walking away. We already have enough with your mother's damn demands so that you can study here. Izuku, why yes, completely alone in the hallway. After that Izuku simply took his things and went out in search of his wallet, which had fallen into a puddle of water and was completely covered in mud, and once he was leaving school he simply cried. I cry for everything that happened to him, no matter how hard he tried not to bother anyone, no matter how much he dedicated himself to his studies, no matter what he did, in the end everyone always. They insulted him. They humiliated him. They beat him. And someone was always present in all of that. That boy that Izuku considered his friend, Katsuki Bakugo, was always at the front of everything, leading the other students and being protected by the teachers. No matter how many demands Inko imposed, in the end they never worked against him. The months went by. The teasing towards Izuku never stopped, like throwing a bucket full of dirty water at him. Used to wash the high school bathrooms. The time he was locked in the gym storage room in the middle of winter to spend the whole night enduring all the cold. If it weren't for Inko, who entered the high school without authorization and was able to rescue him, or the time a girl confessed to Izuku behind the classrooms, only to be humiliated a second later since all his classmates had come out of hiding to make fun of him, telling him that no one would ever love him, only to then throw several stones at him. And in this way each and every bad moment passed with Izuku's head, which was again in his mental space surrounded by the child carriers. Immediately Izuku had fallen to his knees as he began to cry inconsolably, and the children slowly approached him. Carrier girl, you just saw her, right? Carrier child, the truth of the world you protect. Carrier girl, those people you decided to protect are nothing more than scum who do not deserve to continue existing in this world. Carrier child, have you realized what you really are? Carrier girl, you are the one who must end this world, reduce it to nothing and start from scratch. Carrier children, speaking at the same time, and for that you use the Juggernaut drive. Immediately Izuku's body was covered with an aura of complete darkness. That aura was nothing more than the anger, despair, helplessness, hatred of the child carriers. That aura that had been accumulating for so many decades was consuming Izuku, causing the chant to begin. Izuku, that. There seemed to be no turning back now, since the child bearers would not allow it. While Izuku was reciting the chant, they began to shed small tears, remembering their own hells, wanting nothing but revenge. Izuku, wake up. Fortunately for Izuku, just before there was no turning back, another memory came to him. But far from being one of those mockeries and humiliations, this was the opposite. It was the first memory he had, but this time it was complete. Midoriya apartment, 10 years ago. Hisashi, look what you're forcing me to do. Damn Quirkless, breathing fire while clenching his fists. It was a complete mistake to have brought you into this world. About to hit him, but stops when his cheek is cut. Inko. It's not slowly getting up while crying, and no mistake, causing several small objects around the house to start rising. Izuku, mommy! running towards Inko until he reached and hugged her legs while she greeted him with a warm smile. Hisashi, nervous watching how little by little several objects rose, including several knives. Inko, I'm doing this for us so that. Inko, shut up. A real man would worry about his son before himself. Causing all the objects to stand behind her and point at Hisashi, and you're wrong about something. No, my son is not a mistake. Throwing all the objects at him. Hisashi, closing his eyes waiting for the cuts which never came. What? Noticing how several knives were an inch from his face. Inko, listen to me well, Hisashi, I will never forgive you for what you wanted to do to Izuku, that's why get out of our lives and never come back. Hisashi, scared seeing how more objects were approaching and decides to leave the apartment. Mental space present. Izuku, these memories are, completely stopping the chant as the dark aura began to dissolve as he had more memories. Child carriers, clenching their fists, curse. Midoriya apartment, 10 years ago. Inko, now that Hisashi is gone, it will be very hard for me to raise Izuku alone, but at least I can still try to cheer him up with this, save me covered with a sheet. Izuku, opening the door dressed in an All Might suit. I'm here. Inko, All Might? Thanks for saving me, hugging him and removing his hood. Wait, Izuku? Are you All Might? Izuku, ha ha ha, no mommy, it's just a costume. Inko, smiling, you're right honey, you do admire him a lot. Do you want to be a hero like him? Izuku, yes. I want to be a hero. But... And with that more and more beautiful memories came to his mind, all the moments he shared with his mother, all the moments he has spent with his true friends at the academy, the few but beautiful moments he has shared with little Eri, and of course all the moments he has shared with the girl who managed to steal his heart, and whom he loved so much as the image of her came to his mind. Mental space present. Carrier children, watching how Izuku's aura dissipated as he stood up and stopped crying. Carrier child, what do you think you're doing? Carrier girl, are you going to betray us again just for that stupid dream of being a hero? Carrier child, be like All Might? He's just like everyone else too. No, it's even worse, he's nothing but a hypocrite. Carrier girl, everyone may treat you differently now, but it's only because they fear you. Carrier child, nothing has changed. The world is still a hell. Carrier girl, you survived that hell, but you reject us again. Carrier children, crying inconsolably, if not to kill them all, then why did you survive that hell? Izuku, wiping away tears, why did I survive that hell? What was it that drove me forward? Slowly approaching the children as they backed away. It's true that it all started because I idolized heroes, especially All Might, smiling. But at the base there was always a desire, the desire for someone to end that hell, the desire of a child who only wanted to help others, but it never crossed my mind to end them all. I've already seen it, not everyone is the same. Out there are good people who only want a better future. Remembering all his friends, Momo's parents, Melissa's father, his teachers, little Akane, the Todoroki family, Shuko, and of course Inko. It is because of them that it is worth moving forward. Just as my mother told me, I will continue moving forward until I reach my goal. Carrier child, falling to his knees while crying, it's not fair, it's not fair. Carrier girl, imitating the other carriers' action just like everyone else. What is it that makes you different from all of us? Carrier child, you got what we always wanted. Carrier girl, a mother who will love you. Carrier child, friends. Carrier girl, a couple. Carrier children, us too. We also wanted to live. Izuku, 1 meter away from the children. There is no way to change the past, but there is a way to make a change to have a better future. That is why I'm bending down to hug the child. I will not allow tragedies like the ones that happened to us to be repeated in this world. I will destroy the discrimination towards the quirkless and show a better tomorrow to everyone. A hero is not only one who physically protects people. I will be the hero who repairs people's hearts, just like they repaired mine. Carrier child, although many are against it. Izuku, yes, I will continue to insist and move forward towards my goal, no matter what happens. After all, I want to be a hero. After that, all the carrier children were hugged one by one, They didn't say anything anymore, they just cried. But even if they didn't say it, they would trust in Izuku's words, who once he finished showing them for the first time some affection to some children who never had it. He left his mental space only to find out about the nightmare that was taking place outside. UA Nursing Academy, present. Izuku, slowly opening his eyes. I was finally able to get out. Recovery girl, noticing that Izuku had woken up. Oh my god, I have to inform the director. Leaving the infirmary as fast as she could. Drake, the gem appearing in Izuku's hand. Buddy, it's good that you were able to get out. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Listen, you have to know everything that happened in the time you were unconscious. Izuku, Drake, what do you mean? I must have only been trapped for a few hours. Drake, buddy, you were unconscious for 3 days. Izuku, what? Sitting on the stretcher, what do you mean 3 days? What happened to Endeavor? And Shuko, how is Shuko? Drake, calm down, you managed to defeat Endeavor and your wife came out unharmed after the battle you had, but… Nizu, entering the infirmary suddenly. Young Midoriya. Izuku, director? Noticing that he was wrapped in several bandages, and using crutches because he had lost his left leg. What happened to him? Very worried. Nizu, it was terrible. Breathing with difficulty. 5 minutes after you left with the young Todoroki and Shield Overhaul attacked the academy and took the young Eri away. Izuku, suddenly getting up from the stretcher. What? How did they allow that? Starting to get angry. Nizu, we couldn't do anything. He was wearing the Quirk amplifier and he didn't come alone. Several of his subordinates accompanied him. Many teachers and students have serious injuries. Izuku, damn. And my friends? Are they okay? Where are they? Nizu, young Midoriya, you should also see this. Turning on the infirmary TV to the news channel. Reporter, flying over the scene in a helicopter. This is a nightmare. The criminal known as Overhaul has all the heroes completely cornered. All Might has returned from retirement and is trying to fight him, but without an arm it is being difficult for him to even get close to him. Some of the students of the UA Academy have also been seen in this battle. Additionally, attacks by those things called nomas have been reported in various cities of the country. Noticing how the ground opened, showing a giant being. Viewers, I have no words to describe what is happening. But it seems that giant thing that just came out from under the ground is Overhaul. Noticing small flames inside a cloud of dust, it seems that the heroine Phoenix is still fighting. Noticing something horrible after the dust dissipated. Oh my god, the heroine Phoenix just lost her left arm. Isn't she supposed to be the sekiryuutei's partner? Where is Izuku Midoriya? Izuku, * in shock at what he saw *. Nizu, young Midori. Izuku, interrupting him. We're activating the balance breaker, breaking several things in the infirmary, and throwing the director to the ground. Where are they? Intimidating him with his aura. Nizu, pointing in a direction, while shaking T. The battle is happening several cities in that direction. Izuku, spreading his wings and flying through the wall at top speed. Curse, what the hell happened in these 3 days? Chapter 43 Tragedy. UA Academy dining room, 3 days before. Jairu, I'm surprised how fast they left. I'm sure they're faster than hawks. Tsuyu, aren't you surprised that Melissa got those wings? Momo, carrying Eri, who did not take her eyes off the sky. Not really. Like Midoriya, she has a sacred gear that contains the powers of a dragon. Kirishima, I hope they arrive on time. Worried. Nizu, don't worry about that, young people. Knowing the speed of young Midoriya, I'm sure it won't take long for them to arrive. Standing on Aizawa's shoulders, but that doesn't mean we can't help. If we leave now, I'm sure we could get there to help. Being interrupted by a loud explosion. Everyone was on alert, because that explosion was heard too close, and when they looked at the source of that noise they could see how what was once the wall that surrounded the academy was destroyed, and from the dense cloud of dust several silhouettes began to approach. The teachers were preparing to leave. The students were nervous about what could happen, and to the terror of a little girl, the first person who appeared made her scream as she began to tremble. Eri clinging with all her might to Momo. Aizawa Overhaul, getting his ribbons ready for battle. Nizu, wait. Aizawa, stopping him from going out the window. According to Sir Nitai's research, That villain's quirk is extremely dangerous. Taking a remote control out of his pocket, it's best to keep your distance, pressing a button, causing several turrets to come out of the ground with this. Speakers, security system activated. Beginning threat containment. Overhaul, Tengai, your turn. Tengai, yes. Activating his quirk just in time to cover all his companions from the hail of bullets. Tokoemi, watching everything from the dining room. Are those real bullets? Nizu, no, they are rubber bullets. But they have a small steel core. They are not lethal. But if they cause a lot of damage, hopefully they will be able to stop them a little until more reinforcements arrive. Worried about his students. Tengai concentrated using his quirk. It was a good idea to have consumed trigger before attacking. My normal shields would not have resisted this attack for long. Sir, what do we do? Overhaul. We don't have much time. Whatever the League has prepared to distract that monster, I doubt it will last long. So taking off his gloves and touching the ground with both hands, let's end this quickly. Activating his quirk to destroy the turrets. But its reach was so much that it reached the main building, causing structural damage and debris starting to fall. Attack. Yakuza, yes. Running after the barrier was dissolved towards the academy where the teachers were preventing debris from falling on the students. Aizawa. Damn, that quirk could have buried us alive. Turning to look at his student Yayorozu, take that girl out of here. We'll keep them busy while you escape and get her to safety. Momo, what? But. Aizawa, do it quickly. They're coming for her. Keep her safe for her, for Todoroki and for Midoriya. Leaving through the window to face several henchmen. Eri, trembling, clinging to Momo with all her might. Please, don't leave me with that one. And again. Momo, looking at her friends for a second. Okay. Starting to run out of the dining room down a hallway. I'll get you to safety. Rappa, crossing the wall without a problem. I won't let you go. Launching himself towards Momo, but Jiraiya tries to stun him with his quirk, but it's useless. Get out. Starting to throw punches. Jiraiya, closing her eyes, waiting for the blows that never came, making her see what was happening. Surprised Kirishima? Kirishima, taking the shower of blows. I with his quirk activated, becoming increasingly stronger. I will not allow tearing his uniform them to hurt my friends, and even less that little girl, because I remembering what Office told him in his training. UA Academy training camp, weeks before. Kirishima, I'm tired. Lying on the floor, breathing heavily. This is very difficult. Thoughtful. Office, what's wrong? Appearing suddenly, scaring Kirishima. Can't you do what I told you? Kirishima, Hyodo-sensei? No. It's not that. I'm already understanding that you harden my body even more without affecting my joints. Office, then why did you look so thoughtful? Kirishima, it's just that. Turning to look at Izuku resting on Shuko's legs, I was thinking about the story you told us and how the previous sekiryuutei was a hero, and I just have one question. Were they all like that? Office, not all. Thinking for a second, there was one who only wanted strength, another who was only interested in satisfying her desires, and another was remembered as a tragic hero. Kirishima, and your husband? What kind of sekiryuutei was he? Office, smiling, one who brought hope. Noticing where his student was looking, do you wonder what kind of sekiryuutei Izuku will become? Kirishima, he has done so much for us. Clenching his fists, he even sacrificed his heart to save us, and despite all the difficulties he has experienced, he remains firm in his ideal of being a hero. Remembering the time he didn't help a group of girls out of fear compared to me. Office, I understand. You think that your motivation to be a hero is not enough, right? Seeing how he nodded, listen, the type of sekiryuutei that Izuku becomes is something that only he can decide, and the same applies to you. Do not compare yourself with anyone. Think about the reason that led you to follow this path and never doubt it. Noticing how his eyes had watered a little, tell me, what kind of hero do you want to become? Kirishima, UA Dining Room Academy, present. Kirishima, because I want to be the shield that protects them all. After that scream, Kirishima's body changed, taking his quirk to the maximum, no much beyond what he could at that moment. His muscles hardened beyond their limits. His fingers turned into some kind of claws, making him have a monstrous appearance. Red Riot unbreakable. Rappa, without stopping his attacks, this kid's stamina increased much more than before. Smiling, this is exciting and I would love to keep fighting you, but I have orders to obey, increasing the strength and speed of his fists. Kirishima, I won't let you take one more step. Trying to resist as best as I could. Rappa, I've been considerate of you for being children, but that ends now, hitting him with all his strength, causing Kirishima's hardening to break and making him go through several walls of the academy without stopping. I'm sorry, but your resistance is not that strong. Jairu, Kirishima. Very worried about her friend. Rappa, okay, it's time to go get Eri, about to run away, but is stopped by some bandages. Aizawa, seeing him with his quirk activated, noticing that he was very angry. You will regret having hurt my students. Hero Commission Basement. Edge shot. This is the last place I have left to investigate, using a small flashlight to see in the dark. I still don't know what's going on out there, that no one has noticed me. But I'm sure that no matter how bad the situation is, Izuku will take care of saving the day, smiling under his mask. And so the minutes passed in which the search for the hero was useless, as he found no trace of Haruto. That situation was already seeming quite strange to him, as the surveillance cameras that David Shield hacked indicated that the commission was the last place where he was seen, and since there were no signs of him anywhere, he only had one option. Edge shot. There has to be a tunnel or a secret room somewhere, but where? Searching for several more minutes until he saw some files moving slightly. I'm in a basement, so if there's a current of wind here, it means I'm close touching the nearest wall. Noticing that the coating was fake, I found you breaking it, revealing a door with an electronic lock. This must have some alarm if they try to enter by force, activating his quirk. Luckily there is no door through which he cannot pass unnoticed, entering without any problem. Once Edge shot entered that room, he found that it was a long hallway with many rooms on the sides. Once he looked through the first door, thanks to a small window that was in them, he found a nightmare scenario. In the middle of the room was the body of a person, completely open without any of its organs. When he looked at the other doors, the result was the same: dead people without any of their organs. Those faces seemed familiar to him, and after thinking about it for a second, he was able to remember them. Those people were on the list of missing people that the police had published. That place seemed chilling to him, which only increased when he saw something he never imagined seeing there. Edge shot. Nomas? In shock, why are there Nomas under the hero's commission? The ones we caught were supposedly taken to Tartarus. Seeing more Nomas through the other doors, I don't like this place at all. I have to hurry up to find Haruto Genturu if he's still alive. Advancing until reaching the last door that had no window to see inside. This could be dangerous. I must be ready for whatever's in there. Opening the door, seeing who I was looking for. Haruto, tied to a chair covered in infected wounds and seeing blurry, while two small red gems simulating eyes appeared in his left hand. Vritra, I remember you. You're the guy who sang the Ape Dragon song to calm the bearer of Drag. I sense that you're an ally of the current sekiryuutei, right? Haruto reacts upon hearing the name sekiryuutei, but can't speak. Edge shot. Another sacred gear? Coming out of shock to untie Haruto. Yes, and I have come to get him out of this place. But how did he end up like this? And how can he still be alive after so many injuries? Leaving the room, helping Haruto walk slowly. Vritra, they tortured my bearer for several days. Apart from denying him any food or drink, he would now be dead if it were not for the fact that he made the sacrifice and converted his heart to that of a dragon, giving his body greater resistance. Edge shot. If he made the sacrifice, why didn't they get out of this place using the balance breaker? Vritra, that was impossible. His body is not at all trained to withstand the load of activating the balance breaker. The only thing we gained by sacrificing his heart was time, and fortunately you appeared in time. I don't think you would have resisted any longer like that. Edge shot. In that case, I'm glad I found him just in time, standing halfway down the hall. Don't worry, I'll take you to get urgent care. Stopping when he noticed the door open and someone he knew came in. Director Jotaro. Jotaro, pretending to be calm. Edge shot. So it was you who entered this place. Putting away his phone that informed him of the intruder, you realize that you freed a dangerous criminal. The man you hold in your arms belongs to a terrorist organization, and we are interrogating him to tell us everything he knows. Edge shot. He's clearly lying. I have to be careful. I don't know what trick he has hidden in this place. A dangerous criminal? I don't think that's the case. But more importantly, why are there several corpses and Nomas in the rooms? Jotaro, pointing to a small vein on his forehead. So you saw them, huh? The truth is that those people were hospital patients who signed a consent to use their body for medical research after they died, and we are also analyzing those nomas to see if they have any weaknesses. Everything we do here is for the well-being of the population. Now if you could just put that guy back where he is, we can pretend that none of this happened. What do you say? Edge shot straight up Jotaro. Doesn't he get tired of lying? Haruto, using all his strength to say a sentence. He was Ainko and Midoriya. It's his fault. Edge shot, Director Nizu was right. Director Jotaro, you are under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Inko Midoriya, the kidnapping and murder of all these people, and of being related to the League of Villains. Sitting Haruto on the wall to slowly approach Jotaro. Jotaro, nervous. What do you think you're doing? Are you going to believe that criminal? Seeing how the hero didn't stop these people, gave their authorization to study their bodies. Getting even more nervous seeing how the hero took out several kunais. These nomas. Edge shot, enough of lies. Very angry because of your damn fault. Izuku Midoriya almost lost control of his power and could have destroyed the entire country. Jotaro, taking out his phone. I have nothing to do with that. That damn monster is the real threat. Searching for something on his phone, scared of being so close to the hero. I had nothing to do with the torture they did to his mother. Edge shot, stopping. No one said anything about torture, making Jotaro realize his mistake. This is over. You are finished. About to arrive where Jotaro is to arrest him. Jotaro, no. I will not allow all my plans to be destroyed by some disgusting quirkless. Pressing the screen of his phone, causing two nomas to fall from the ceiling to the other side of the hallway. Nomas attack, causing both nomas to launch themselves towards Haruto when they were closer. Ha 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 ha. What will you do, hero? What do you prefer? Catch me or save the life of a useless quirkless? Edge shot, curse, running to save Haruto. Jotaro, leaving the hallway. You are very noble and honorable. Edge shot, that's why I always hated you. Watching how the hero faced the nomas while protecting Haruto as the door closed. If you had had a little of Endeavor's attitude, we could have made a good team. But in shock at seeing how Edge shot had finished off the nomas, impossible. He made sure those nomas were almost as strong as All Might. Edge shot, running towards the door. Jotaro, throwing a kunai at him, which passed just in time before the door closed, hitting the director Jotaro in the eye. Damn you! You will not escape. About to chase him, but someone stops him. Vritra, stop! You don't have time for that. My carrier won't last much longer without his wounds being treated. Edge shot, clenching his fists in frustration. I'm sorry, Izuku. I couldn't stop him. Unknown location. AFO, speaking through a communicator. What a surprise that you called me. I wonder what the director of the Heroes Commission needs from me? Ha! Jotaro, running through the halls of the commission with the kunai in his eyes. Shut up. That damn Edge shot discovered our connection, and the damn nomas you gave me in case of emergency couldn't beat him. I need you to get me out of here. Arriving at the laboratory room. AFO, okay, I'll tell Kurojiri to open a portal. He should be there in a few minutes. Do you have what you were investigating ready? Jotaro, yes, taking the Quirk Evolver along with the trigger from a shelf. I will also take something else that can be useful. Looking at a stretcher where Bakugo was recovering from his operation to regain mobility in his hands. AFO, excellent. I'm sure the doctor will be eager to see what you have. Ending the call. Jotaro, this shit wasn't in my plans. Suddenly removing the kunai, but I have no other option. His eye regenerates almost instantly. UA Academy abroad. Overhaul. You know my intention was not to go to such extremes, but you gave me no other option. Speaking to an Aizawa subdued on the ground by Rappa with his arms and legs broken. Look around you. Many teachers and students are extremely injured. Their director lost a leg. That pink-skinned girl lost a hand and her horns were destroyed. That cowboy was killed by his own weapon. The great academy that boasted of being the best in the country was completely destroyed in less than 5 minutes. Bending down to look him straight in the face, and all this could have been avoided if only they had returned Eri to me. Aizawa, spitting in his face. When Midoriya finds out everything you did, you'll be finished. Overhaul, very angry, bringing his hand closer to Aizawa's face. We'll see about that. If my deductions are correct, if I get to use the Quirk Evolver while using this amplifier, I would have unstoppable power. But while one of my subordinates goes for Eri, I shouldn't lose this opportunity to do more research with your quirk. Touching Aizawa's face, covering his eyes. Thank you very much for your contribution to science. Activating his quirk by tearing out one of his eyes. UA Academy hallway. Momo, running desperately, carrying Eri, being chased by several Yakuza. This is bad. They are everywhere, creating a Reaper grenade, throwing it. Feeling tired from all the times she has done it. No matter where I go, they always find me. The battle out there has also stopped being heard. At this rate, please come back quickly. Thinking about Izuku, Shuko, and Melissa. Eri, trembling in Momo's arms. This is all my fault. Momo, this is not your fault. We are all doing this because we want you to be safe. You'll see that we will be fine. Seeing how someone was peeking around the corner, calling her Uraraka. Uraraka, over here. Quick. Momo, going towards her friend. But when she crosses the corner, she receives a strong blow that knocks them to the ground. What? Uraraka. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you fell for that trick. Weren't you supposed to be the smartest in your class? Ochako's blood was really helpful, I love it. Having a psychotic smile as her skin melts, showing her true identity. Twice. I already have the girl holding her while covering her mouth. Momo, let her go. Trying to get up, but is hit again, crashing her face into the ground. Toga, although it was not our mission to go for this girl, I suppose that since we are temporary allies we should help. Taking out a phone, I will tell that crow and Kurogyri that we are done here. Eri, writhing, trying to free herself in vain. Momo, I'm coming. Eri, trying to get up again, but the toga foot against her face prevents her from doing so. Twice. It's useless, you know. It's quite curious. Despite being practically family, you are the weakest of you. Momo, realizing what she was talking about. How do you? Toga, hey, I didn't give it to him. Twice. We stole the information from the director's computer and discovered his relationship with the previous Sekir, the previous bearer of that glove. Toga, seeing how a portal opened near them. Don't say anything else and let's go. Seeing Momo and you, none of that GPS trick again, preparing her leg to give it a much stronger kick. Good night, hitting him in the face, causing him to start losing consciousness. Momo, closing her eyes as she watches as they take away a crying Eri. I'm very weak. I couldn't get her to safety. Sorry Aizawa-sensei. Sorry Shuko. Sorry Izuku. And above all you, forgive me Eri, completely unconscious. Unknown location, several minutes later. Jutaro, entering a room where the entire league was, surprising them and being ready to attack. AFO, stop. That's no way to treat our guest. Sitting on a chair at the end of the room next to the statue where the divine dividing was. Where are our manners? Tamura, guest. But master, that idiot is the director of the heroes launching to attack him. He shouldn't be here. AFO, stop Tamura. And be quiet. Tamura, but... AFO, shut up. I didn't ask for your opinion on this. Tamura, TCH angry. Jutaro, thank you for respecting our agreement. I already gave that doctor the new type of trigger, having the quirk evolver in his pocket, as if I was going to give you my best card so easily. I also brought the idiot Katsuki Bakugo with me. He's unconscious. My doctors repaired his hands after Izuku Midoriya destroyed them in a fight they had. AFO, he's lying. It's impossible that he just developed an improvement to that pathetic drug. He must have something much better, and that's why he brought that child to try to make us look away. Smiling, don't worry. After all, you are one of my oldest partners, plus I am a man of my word. Well, for now I can let it go. After all, we are still looking for the information that Albion gave us, the operation to implant a sacred gear. Dabi, confused, older? But he looks very young. AFO, don't be fooled by his appearance. His quirk gives him extremely advanced regeneration. In fact, it was thanks to him that all our nomas have it. After all, he donated us his son with a similar quirk some time ago. Dabi, can someone like him be trusted? Angry for reminding him of his father. AFO, are you? No one in this room is free of sins. Getting up from his seat, for now let's focus on our own missions. W continues spreading the information about Endeavor and all the atrocities he did. You two looking at Toga and twice returned to the Yakuza and continue to keep an eye on him. If he was able to draw so much attention just to get a girl back, then she must be much more important than we all think. Jutaro, I'll go with that doctor again. Leaving the room, I have to find a way to get allies in this place. It's clear that Dr. Kurojiri and Tamura are ruled out, but maybe I can convince the others and maybe I can do it with Bakugo too. AFO, looking at Spinner, keep an eye on him. The others also have a mission to accomplish, don't waste time. League of Villains, yes sir, leaving the room. Tamura, staying master, why don't I have a mission? AFO, because right now you don't have any skills that could be useful to us. For now stay still and don't interfere with the plans. Starting to leave the room, leaving Tamura behind. I know you probably don't like it, that none of this was in the original plans. But you have to stop thinking like a child and accept that plans change, leaving Tamura alone. Tamura, angry for that comment, damn. None of this should have happened. Asterisk, seeing the divine dividing and approaching it. Asterisk, since all that supernatural crap appeared, everything has changed, and the one who started all this dragon shit was Izuku Midoriya. Asterisk, bringing his hand closer. Asterisk, I want to kill him. If only I could touch him then. Asterisk, touching the sacred gear, trying to activate his quirk, but nothing happens. Asterisk, what? Albion, it's useless, kid. The sacred gear was created by God. That's why something as insignificant as a quirk could never scratch him. Tamura, removing his hand, I have no intention of talking to a mere puppet of the master. Albion, ha, it's ironic that the one who says that is you. After all, that guy has been controlling you all your life. Although I agreed to work together, it was because otherwise I could never have my last battle against Drake. I don't care if the humans have forgotten me. But what I will never accept is that there was never a winner in our rivalry. That's why in comparison the only puppet in this room is you. Tamura, angry, shut up. It was Master who saved me when no one else did. He gave me a purpose. Albion, he's cheating on you. When he touched your wings for the first time, I not only absorbed his energy, but I could also see his memories. That's why I know he's cheating on you. He didn't save you from anything. On the contrary, he was the one who turned your life into hell. Tamura, what are you talking about? Albion, his original plan was to replace his body with yours and then kill your consciousness. But it wasn't enough for him to take anyone's body. He wanted him to have a blood relationship with the teacher of the person he hates so much, just to torment him more. That's why when he found them he didn't kill them immediately. Tamura, not knowing what to say. Albion, the quirk of your grandparents and your parents were completely different from yours, and no matter how many mutations exist, that you had a quirk like decay was impossible, and the truth is because it is, he implanted it in you when you were a baby with the help of the doctor who has it as a pet. In one of your first visits to the hospital in the arms of your parents, his plan was to be watching closely, and when you awakened your power, and on that same night that you murdered your entire family, he did nothing but laugh. Why do you think he found you before anyone else? Even though there are dozens of heroes patrolling the streets every day, he was the only one who knew exactly where you were. At those words, Tamura Shigaraki didn't know what to do. He wanted to deny all that, but deep down he also had that doubt of why his quirk was so different from his family's. His hands began to bleed from how hard he closed them, being careful not to be affected by his same quirk, and before he could say anything else, Albion spoke again. Albion, all for one was the cause of all your misfortunes. He was the one who gave you the quirk with which you murdered your family. He was the reason why your grandmother, Nana Shimura, abandoned her son, and later he generated a great hatred towards heroes, and that's why he hit you so much when you told him that you wanted to be one. And if he hadn't created one for all, your entire family would be alive, and you possibly would have been able to fulfill your dream. Tamura, staring at the wings with eyes full of hate, how do I know you're not lying to me? Albion, because I have no reason to do so. You can believe me or not, that's your decision, but if you want to know more things, you can come and talk to me. Tamura, okay, quietly leaving the room. Albion, thinking only for himself, although my goal is to face Drake one last time, that doesn't mean I'll accept any wielder. If I could choose, I would prefer one that had great compatibility with dragons, and I'm sure you, Shigaraki Tamura, meet that requirement. After all, you are a descendant of Valley. Chapter 44, The Edge of a Weapon. Distant City 3 days before. Shuko, approaching Izuku after helping to put out the burning buildings. Izuku, get up, already stroking his hair while smiling at him. We have to go back to Eri. She must be worried waiting for us to return to her side. Melissa, arriving next to the couple while undoing the armor. Is he still asleep? Imitating Shuko's action to her annoyance, you sure tried hard to save them all. Shuko, putting Izuku on her lap so Melissa stops petting him. Shouldn't you keep looking for people trapped in buildings? Melissa, but I've already finished taking everyone out. Pouting, I want to have him on my lap too. Shuko, nose showing her tongue. Melissa, bad, making her pout more noticeable. He shouldn't be long in waking up. Let me have him for a second. Drag. The gem appears in Izuku's hand. I don't think he'll wake up soon. Shuko, drag? Worried? What do you mean he won't wake up soon? Drag. My companion's consciousness was brought into his mental space by my previous carriers. Shuko, the children? What do they want? Drag. I don't know, but I can't even talk to him right now. Melissa, worried, can't you get him out of there? Drag. I've already tried and I can't do it. Shuko, hugging her boyfriend, very worried about what she heard. Izuku. Hawks, approaching them while holding his newly bandaged wound. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have to know something, holding his phone in his hand. Melissa, not now, we are. Hawks, I just got word that UA Academy was attacked a few minutes ago. Shuko / Melissa, what? Shuko, passing Izuku to Melissa as she approached and waved at the hero. What happened? Is everyone okay? Who did it? Hawks, holding back the pain from his wound, about to reopen Overhaul. He was the one who attacked them. There are many wounded and some dead, and also. Shuko, starting to cry, sensing what they would say to her. No. Hawks kidnapped a girl. After that, both girls didn't need to listen anymore. They immediately spread their wings and flew at maximum speed back to the academy while carrying an unconscious Izuku. After a few minutes they had finally arrived, and to their great astonishment, almost the entire academy was destroyed. The main building was practically a total loss. The dormitories, although they showed structural damage at first glance, were still standing, but naturally it was not safe to be inside them. When they descended they could see how many students were being treated for their injuries. Melissa immediately asked about her father. Fortunately for her, he had left that morning with All Might to meet with the Yaoyorozu family. Ambulances came and went transporting the most serious ones. Some of his acquaintances were Mina, who had lost a hand and her horns. Suyu's tongue had been torn out. Aizawa, who was carried unconscious while an eye patch covered his missing eye, or Director Niza himself, whose leg was trapped by one of the many pieces of rubble, and the only option to save him was to amputate it on the spot. But the worst of all was when they saw how, to one side, away from everyone, they were covering the lifeless bodies of Sniper, Vlad, Power Loader, and some students from different classes and courses. At that sight, they immediately ran in search of their friends. Fortunately, it didn't take long because Jiro saw them and took them to the improvised infirmary where they were all. UA Nursing Academy. Shuko, leaving Izuku on a stretcher next to an unconscious Kirishima, Ida with a broken leg, Tokoimi with a broken beak, Uraraka with a head injury, and Momo. What happened? Not receiving an answer. Tell me. Angrily releasing some fire. Mineta, with a broken arm. WL. What happened when they left? Was explaining with some fear of his partner's reaction. What happened? Todoroki. Shuko, curse. Releasing a large flame curse. Mineta, trembling. Todoroki, see, calm down. Shuko, how do you want me to calm down if that damn guy took ERI? Starting to cry while continuing to release her fire. She must be very scared right now, crying, thinking why we didn't keep our promise. Melissa, Shuko, spreading her wings to envelop her so that her fire doesn't hurt anyone. You have to calm down. I feel bad too for not having been here. But if we really want to help her, we have to calm down and find out everything we can about that bastard to go after him. Making Shuko calm down a little. Shuko, thinking for several seconds. Sir Night Eye, he is the one who is conducting the investigation of that damn thing. Melissa, well, we just have to get him to tell us where he is so we can go get him. David, it won't be necessary. Entering the infirmary. Melissa, Dad. Running to him to hug him. I'm glad you're okay. David, I'm lucky. We were in the middle of a meeting when the news reached Tashinori, and we immediately returned. Shuko, Professor Shield, What do you mean there's no need to talk to Sir Night-Eye? David, Tashinori is talking to him right now, and from what I know, he has already started calling several heroes to catch him, and I personally think it's better if they wait. Shuko, irritated, why do you say that? David, from the testimonies of some people, it seems that Overhaul has my quirk amplifier clenching his fists, and all of his subordinates were too strong. That's why he wants to have as many heroes as possible, so as not to put civilians in danger. It pains me to say it, but there are many of them, and no matter how strong you two are, I doubt you can fight and keep everyone safe at the same time. Shuko, approaching Izuku to take his hand, I hope it's quick, but I want everyone to know that when Izuku wakes up, Overhaul will regret it, resting her head on her boyfriend's chest while a few tears were still coming out. Izuku, please wake up quickly, our little girl needs us. Sir Night-Eye Agency, 1 day before. Mirio, in front of several professional heroes, while next to him were Tamaki and Nijire. Thank you all for coming so quickly to this place. I know that many of you were busy with your own missions in various parts of the country. Ryukyu, no problem. Nijire-chan and I had already finished our mission when we were informed of the situation. Fadgum, as soon as I found out what they did to Red Riot clenching his fists, I left my job to the other heroes of my agency. The priority is to stop the Yakuza. Mirio, no confusing everyone, the priority is to rescue Eri, the girl that Overhaul kidnapped after attacking the UA Academy. Feeling guilty along with Tamaki and Nijire for not being there at that moment, he must know how important she was to Midoriya. Most likely he wants to leave the country as quickly as possible. Rocklock, is the monster involved in this too? Noticing how everyone was looking at him, what? You don't see, look at that, if we're in this situation it's because of him. Ever since he ripped All Might's arm off and now that he killed Endeavor, our forces are limited. That bastard has taken 2 of our #1 heroes. As far as I'm concerned, we should take advantage of the fact that he's unconscious to get rid of him, but his girlfriend won't leave his side for a second. Mirio, trying to say something, but someone got there first. Sir, I agree with you, but now we must go after Overhaul and his henchmen no later than tomorrow, before they escape, giving a heavy sigh. If only they had done what I told them that time. Mirio, not holding back what he heard any longer, are you crazy? Looking at Rocklock, if it wasn't for Midoriya, Endeavor would have killed everyone in that city, and who knows how many more until we would have stopped him. As well get rid of him while he's unconscious? You're so cowardly that you don't even dare to talk to him while you have him in front of you. Sir, Mirio, calm down before. Mirio, you shut up, Sir. Causing everyone to open their eyes in shock. I can't believe what you've been doing and saying about this case. Do you really think it was the best thing to have let little Eri continue with Overhaul that time in that alley? And the worst thing is that I was about to listening to you and leaving her with that guy clenching his fists. Midoriya did the right thing that time. He is a true hero. Sir, you don't understand. He is a threat to this world. I saw it myself. Ryukyu, confused, what do you mean? Sir, a while ago I used my quirk on him and I saw his future, and what I saw starting to tremble, remembering everything. The entire world was completely being consumed by fire. Entire cities were nothing but rubble. It was a desolate landscape, and on top of it all there was him wearing his armor, causing some to tense up, although I couldn't see him clearly because of all the smoke. Only he has the strength to do that. Ryukyu, that doesn't confirm anything, earning everyone's glances. Sir, what? How can you say that? I saw it myself with my quirk. Ryukyu, and? As far as I understand, Midoriya had access to the power of the ancient supernatural era, just like that girl Melissa's shield who also used armor, so it is possible that it is someone else who obtained that power. As far as I am concerned, we should be grateful to have someone like Midoriya on our side. Sir, angry, I should have suspected. Your quirk turns you into some kind of dragon, so you must have his damn blood running through your veins. How can we be sure that you're not just a beast like him? Besides, everyone knows that you've been interested in meeting him for some time now. Nijire, Hey. Ryukyu isn't like that, she. Ryukyu, calm down, Nijire-chan, staring at Sir. It's true that I've been interested in meeting him, but it's only because I want to know more about dragons and their history. And with respect to your quirk, I seem to remember that the more you look into the future, that vision becomes more and more imprecise. Looking at him defiantly, how do we know you're not wrong? Tamaki, trying to change the subject. This is all of us who will be going? Fat Gun, looking at the people in the room. Sun Eater is right. I don't think we have that much attack power. Why don't we call the heroine Phoenix, Melissa's shield, or at least All Might to support us? Sir, angry for being so contradicted enough. I will not allow you to question my authority in this case. With those in this room are more than enough. Heading to the door of the room to leave. If you do not want to participate, then get out of here. Besides, All Might is retired. That is why I did not involve him. I cannot allow one for all to fall in battle before Toshinori reconsiders and gives it to Mirio, leaving the room. Mirio, sir, shaking his head. I'm very sorry, sir. But I don't think you're a good hero anymore. That's why once we finish with Overhaul and Rescue Area, I'll leave your agency. Without noticing that he was being watched by someone on top of a nearby building, I have to ask for more help, taking out his phone to send a message to the academy. Looking at Mirio after hearing them all talk. Wow, that blonde boy really has courage. Smiling. Now we just have to see if he'll have that same courage on the battlefield. Starting to walk away. He reminds me a little of you. Serorg. UA Academy Infirmary, Kirishima's room, several hours earlier. Kirishima, finally waking up with a terrible headache. What happened? Jiro, worried, approaching Kirishima. Are you okay? Kirishima, yes, slowly sitting on the stretcher. My body hurts a little, but especially my head. Jiro, then I can do this, hitting him on his right arm, causing him pain. Idiot. Why did you rush to resist the attacks of that villain? That guy made you go through all the walls of the academy. You could have died. Starting to shed small tears. Kirishima, remembering everything that happened, but I'm not smiling. My goal is to be an unbreakable shield and protect all my friends, that includes you. Jiro, idiot, lowering his head so he doesn't see him smile, while whispering a word. Thanks. Kirishima, by the way, what happened after I fainted? Jiro, proceeding to tell him everything that happened, noticing Kirishima's frustration, and that would be all. So far the only one who has woken up has been Yamamo. You are the second. Kirishima, trying to get up. I want to see him. Can you help me? Jiro, yes, helping him stand up and taking him to where Izuku was. When Kirishima entered Izuku's room being helped by Jiro, he was surprised to see how Izuku was lying on a stretcher unconscious. But what surprised him the most was seeing how Shuko was holding him by his right hand and Melissa by his left without fighting for him. Clearly that was not the time to think about those issues. The only thing they could do was wait. UA Academy Infirmary, Izuku's room. Momo, sitting to the side, clearly depressed. Kirishima? I'm glad to see you woke up. Kirishima, thanks Yayorozu. Jiro already told me what happened and how. Momo, how I let myself be fooled, and that because of me they took Eri away. Shuko, it wasn't your fault. Momo, I understand. Momo, but not me. Starting to cry. I don't understand. If only I were as strong as you or Melissa, they wouldn't have taken Eri. Clenching her fists, starting to bleed. What's the use of being intelligent if I could not protect a scared girl? All Might, we can still change that. Entering the room wearing his hero suit. All Might? Shuko, do you know where it is? Approaching her teacher. All Might, yes, at first Sir did not want to involve us, but the young Togata sent us all the information as well as the location and the time at which the rescue will begin. Jiro, wasn't it that you retired too? Looking at where his left arm should be. All Might, young people, I already failed young Midoriya once, that is why I do not plan to make that mistake again. No matter what situation I find myself in, I will help rescue that girl, and I am sure that you will believe in doing the same, right? Momo, getting up from her seat and standing next to Shuko, of course wiping away her tears. I may not be the strongest, but I still. Melissa, imitating the two. Izuku has done so much for all of us. That's why it's time to do the same for him and for little Eri. Shuko, girls, looking at her two friends and then smiling slightly. Thanks. Kirishima, and what are we waiting for? Jiro, oh no, you stay, you are still very hurt. Kirishima, what are you talking about? I'm trying to stand up, but the pain prevents him. Jiro, see? You're still not okay, you have to stay. All Might, young Jiro is right, young Kirishima, they are still very injured. The only one who can accompany me apart from young Todoroki and Melissa is young Yayoro's is starting to leave the room. We leave in 5 minutes, get ready. Shuko, Melissa, Momo, yes. Distant city, a few meters from the Yakuza base, half an hour before Izuku woke up. Sir, talking to several police officers when he sees All Might, Momo, Melissa and Shuko arriving thanks to their wings. What do you think you're doing? We're about to enter, get out. Shuko, no, approaching sir, staring him straight in the eyes. I've been waiting too long just so you can evacuate the civilians, and if you don't like my presence, then force me out, extending her hand to create a flame, increasing the temperature of the environment if you have the strength to do so, okay? Intimidating all the heroes of which none moved, that's what I thought, taking a communicator, let's go. Creating her wings of fire and launching herself towards the door, destroying it in a single instant. Melissa, yes. Activating her balance breaker, following Shuko. Momo, following them at a much slower speed. This time I have to do things right. All Might, approaching his former companion, noticing how angry he was. I'm sorry, sir, but even if you don't want us here, we won't sit back and do nothing, much less them, seeing how several heroes began to fight with the henchmen. Yakuza base, deeper level. Overhaul, quick, finish collecting all the documents. We have to leave this base as soon as possible. Seeing how one of the henchmen was carrying a jar with an eye inside. Be careful with that. That's Eraserhead's eye and I need it to investigate his quirk. Extra henchman, SIR. Extremely alarmed, watching security cameras. It's the heroes. They're here. Overhaul, what? Watching through the screens as Shuko and Melissa quickly moved through the hallways, checking each room. Damn. What happened to the guards? Henchman, it's useless, sir, those girls are unstoppable, and they also report that All Might is here. Rappa has already tried to stop him. Overhaul, getting desperate. If those two and All Might are here, the amplifier won't be enough. Looking at the bottle containing the Quirk Evolver and taking it in his hand, he didn't want to resort to this yet, but receiving a call and answering it before injecting himself. What the buck do you want now? I'm busy. Jutaro, I know, one of the heroes who are loyal to me informed me that you are being invaded and that those two monsters are after you. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Overhaul, angry son of a hitch. If you're just going to call to make fun of me, then. Jutaro, calm down. I called you because I want to help you. You see, I have under my control a few nomas that All for One gave me some time ago. They are in different parts of the country. I can free them, and knowing the hero's sense of justice, they will surely divide their forces. Overhaul, angry. If you knew they were coming for me and you had those things, why didn't you do it before? Jutaro, nothing personal, but my help has a price, you know? You see, I'm sure you have more of that Quirk Evolver, but what I really want is for you to give it to me and know how you create them. Do it, and I'll help you. Overhaul, frustrated, thinking what to do. I have another one ready, but one of the ingredients has to be modified by my quirk. That's why I need to get out of here. Jutaro, you can't hear him lying. Okay, I'll free everyone I have right now. Don't waste this only chance you have ending the call. Overhaul, damn opportunistic bastard. Trying to calm down. I have to go get Eri, immediately leaving the room. Toga, hiding behind a column. So that's what that Jutaro is hiding, huh? Making a twisted smile. I have to meet up with Twice and call Kurojiiri to get us out and tell everyone, leaving the room in search of her friend. Yakuza base, intermediate levels. Melissa, moving without any difficulty through the hallways, checking each room. These hallways don't seem to have an end. It would be faster if we went at maximum speed. Shuko, I know, but we don't know where they have Eri exactly. Running through the halls when she receives a call on the communicator. Police officer, calling her from outside. This is a message for all heroes. We're receiving reports of multiple appearances of different nomas in various cities across the country. The heroes in those areas are taking charge, but they don't have the power to stop them. They're asking that some of the heroes here go and support them. Shuko, did you hear? Stopping. Melissa, yes, those people need help too. Shuko, clenching her fist, I'm not going to abandon Eri. Melissa, I know, undoing her helmet and extending her hand towards Shuko, give me the communicator. I will take care of all those nomas, and when I'm done I will come back putting on the communicator and crossing the roof at maximum speed. This is Melissa Shield. I will take care of those nomas. You have to tell me the exact locations of the nomas flying, starting to move away from the Yakuza base. Everything was complete chaos at all levels. On the surface, several officers along with the heroine Ryukyu and Nijiro-chan faced Rikiya Katsukame, whose quirk consisted of stealing the vitality of his opponents by absorbing their resistance while he had contact with them. But having injected Trigger, he eliminated that limitation, so he constantly weakened everyone around him without having to touch them. At the upper levels, the spear and shield combination made up of Rappa and Tengai were facing All Might and Fat Gum. Although it seemed like a winning combination on the hero's side, the reality was that they were very evenly matched. Rappa and Tengai had once again injected themselves with Trigger, giving them an attack and defense almost at the level of the former number 1 hero. For his part, All Might, despite having One for All inside him again, his body was almost at its limit, and not having his left arm limited him enormously when fighting, making it very difficult for him to break the barriers. Fat Gum, on the other hand, could barely resist the blows Rappa threw at them. That battle had become a fight for resistance, since once the Trigger's effect ran out, the Yakuza would lose. Yakuza base, intermediate levels, 15 minutes before Izuku woke up. Toga, running through the hallway away from some flames. I'm glad I found you before Dabi's little sister saw you. You owe me one, you know. Twice. Yes, thank you very much, Toga. / don't think it's a big deal. I didn't need your help. Toga. Whatever, taking out her phone and starting to call Kurojiri. We have to go before they catch us. Besides, I have information about what that Jotaro guy is hiding. About to enter the call, but a rubber bullet hits her wrist, making her drop the phone. But what? Turning her head, seeing a very angry Momo approaching them while several weapons protruded from her back. Momo, very angry. I was looking for you too. It was because of your damn deception that Eri was kidnapped and taken with that damn overhaul again. Twice. How intimidating. / I'm not afraid of you. Creating several clones of League members. Toga, wow, it seems we made the little princess angry, taking out one of her knives. Be careful not to poke out an eye with those weapons. You don't want to end up like your master, do you? Ha 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 ha, launching herself towards Momo, ready to attack her. Momo, damn you! Starting to shoot at them. Yakuza base, lower levels. Shuko, running through an endless hallway. This isn't normal. I know this place is vast, but something isn't right. Throwing fire at a wall, melting it only for it to repair itself a few seconds later. I knew it. They're modifying the walls. Iranaka, impressive, showing her face on a wall. You were able to discover my deception. But I'm sorry, this is as far as you'll go. Hiding her face again while the entire hallway was deformed. I won't allow you to get close to the girl. Face it that you lost her forever. Shuko, never. Constantly increasing the intensity of her flames. I will melt everything it takes to get Yari back. Releasing her flames almost to their maximum. Yakuza base, intermediate levels. Momo, lying on the ground covered in burns from Dabi's clone. Toga, pathetic, looking at his wounds which were bleeding a little. You restrained yourself from attacking my vital points, in addition to using rubber bullets so as not to kill me. Tell me, is this a game for you? We follow our ideals even at the cost of our lives. Even Izuku Midoriya understands it. After all, in the information that we got from the pathetic security of his director, it said that he sacrificed his heart to defend all of you. What a waste. Momo, shut up. Toga, and how do you pay him back for everything he's done for you? By letting yourself be fooled like a complete idiot and losing that girl. Momo, crying in frustration, shut up. Toga, even though you have the blood of the previous sekiryuutei, you don't look like the other two in the slightest. You're so weak in comparison, it's even sad to see. Momo, shut up. Toga, let's get this over with. Taking her phone and calling Kurojiri twice. Do you want to take care of it? Twice, sure. Creating a clone of Tamura which slowly approached Momo while extending his hand towards her. Momo, I can't do anything. I have no more lipids in my body. Forgive me, friends. Thinking about Izuku, Kirishima, Jiro, Ida, Uraraka and her other friends. Forgive me, girls. Thinking about Shuko and Melissa. Forgive me, Mom, Dad. Remembering her parents' faces. And above all, forgive me. You, Eri, seeing how Tamura's clone's hand was about to touch her. Forgive me for being so weak. In that instant when Momo could feel that she was going to die, she could see her whole life pass through her eyes, from the first moment she was able to create her first perfect matryoshka and how her mother ran out to proudly tell her father about her daughter's achievement. Her days in high school and how she could only make true friends at the academy, how she met Ophis, all her advice, all the time she cheered her up, all the times they spent the whole night talking with either Shuko or Melissa in her last days, and of course the last conversation the two of them had in private. UA Academy rooftop, several weeks ago, night. Momo, what are we doing here, Ophis? Ophis, I'm sorry, I just wanted to talk to you while we look at the stars. After all, it won't be long before I leave and never see them again, smiling, looking up at the sky. Momo, don't worry, I also like to watch them sometimes imitating Ophis action, but what did you want to tell me? Ophis, I just wanted to congratulate you on your progress in training. Momo, thanks, but I don't think it's that impressive. I know you told me that my only limit is my imagination, but seeing the strength of Midoriya and Shuko, I doubt that any weapon I create can match them. Ophis, staring at Momo, answer me this question. What will you do if you face alone an enemy that none of your weapons can defeat? Seeing the confusion on Momo's face, the answer is very simple. Listen, Momo. Yakuza base, intermediate levels. Mirio, appearing at the last moment, kicking the Tamura clone, disintegrating it. Are you okay, Creati? Getting on guard, sorry for the delay. One of Overhaul's henchmen had a quirk that made me disoriented, but I'm here now for. Momo, nose slowly getting up from the ground. Togata-senpai, you are the only one who can get there as fast as Shuko to rescue Eri. Please go, I will take care of the league. Mirio, but. Momo, please, looking him straight in the eyes. Mirio, seeing Momo's eyes full of determination, okay, be careful, activating his quirk, crossing the ground. Toga / twice, not believing what they saw, ha 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 ha. Toga, you really are a complete idiot, take care of us? If we already defeated you in less than 5 minutes, seeing how a portal opened behind them, she's just delirious. Take care of her so we can leave once and for all. Twice, of course. Creating 2 clones of Dabi which attacked by launching 2 large flames immediately. Momo, closing her eyes, remembering Ophis' words. Ophis, imagine something you can win with. Momo, a weapon that gives me victory. Ophis, imagine something in its strongest state. Momo, an invincible weapon, starting to create it, a powerful weapon like AA. Sword. At that moment that sword was brought to this world, forged by the last lipids inside Momo's body, its steel shone impeccably as if it were a simple piece of decoration, but nothing was further from the truth. That weapon that Momo carried in her hands was designed for battle, and its edge was not the only special thing about it. Momo, opening her eyes, noticing how the fire was getting closer. They may be right and I am the weakest of the 3. But squeezing the handle tightly as the blade turned a reddish color just like them. By my blood! Raising the sword above her shoulders, ready to attack. Run the fire of a dragon. Immediately the blade of the sword burst into flames. They were so powerful that they began to melt the walls around her, and in less than a second for the blue flames of her enemy to reach her, she lowered the sword and a sea of fire was released in that hallway. The weak blue flames did not have the slightest chance to oppose her. Twice seeing that, panicked and constantly created clones of Dabi which launched their flames uselessly because those flames coming from that sword would not stop for anything in this world, having no other way out, and knowing that if he didn't do something they would both die. He decided to sacrifice himself for Toga by pushing her through the portal which was beginning to close, and dedicating his last word to the person he considered a true friend. Before those flames reached him, ending his life, he said, "Lives." Chapter 45: The Return of the Hero. Yakuza base, intermediate levels. Tamaki, I can't get through here either, walking wounded through the hallways. I finally managed to finish off those 3 Yakuzas, and when I tried to leave, all the hallways are covered in fire. I have to get out quickly, turning around a hallway with the walls completely melted. What happened in this place? Passing through it, seeing a completely charred body and Momo unconscious in the middle of it. Creati? Seeing everything around him, did she do all this? Seeing twice lifeless body again, even this? Picking up Momo and starting to walk. I don't have time to think about that. I have to get her out of this place. Yakuza base, lower levels. Iranaka, terrified. What kind of monster are you? Full of burns all over the body. Shuko, coming closer without diminishing her flames. The only monsters. Are you creating a flame in her right hand? Where is Eri? Staring at him with eyes that only transmitted coldness. Iranaka, without saying anything, trembling from that look. Shuko, where is it? Bringing the flame closer to the Yakuza's face. Iranaka, it's over there. Pointing in a direction. Please don't hurt me. Starting to cry. Shuko, how many? Getting angry about that. How many times did Yari say those same words to you without you ever caring? About to touch the Yakuza's face. Mirio, arriving, crossing the roof. Phoenix, seeing what he was going to do. Do you know where Eri is? Trying to calm her down. Shuko, yes, walking away and looking in one direction. It's over there. Iranaka, please help me. This monster was going to kill me. He's just like her boyfriend. He's threatening me. Mirio, hitting him hard on the head, making him faint. The only monsters and threats. Are you running off with Shuko? Do you want to talk about what I saw? Shuko, knowing what he meant. No, and that doesn't matter now. Accelerating the pace. The only thing that matters is getting Eri back. As they ran, getting closer and closer to where Overhaul was taking little Eri, one of his subordinates was waiting for them, with his gun loaded with anti-quirk bullets, ready to shoot them the moment he saw them, with the sole objective of trying to stop the hero's advance and give his boss the opportunity to escape. Not caring what happened to him. Nemoto, they're here. Hearing footsteps in the distance. I only have one chance. I can't fail. Pointing his gun in the direction of the hallway. Not more than a few seconds passed when he saw them, and instantly began to shoot at them, emptying his magazine. For his part, Mirio, having much more experience, managed to become intangible in the areas where the bullets would impact, and in the case of Shuko, he melted the bullets before they reached her. But not having as many reflexes due to inexperience in a real field, a bullet managed to hit her shoulder. That filled the Yakuza with joy, since he thought that at least he managed to reduce the threats by half. But immediately that joy turned to despair when Shuko's fire did not go out, and the wound that had been caused healed instantly. He was in shock and let it be known. Nemoto, impossible. Taking a few steps back. The anti-quirk bullets based on Eri's blood are supposed to completely eliminate quirks. Shuko, listening perfectly, I asked that why he had so many wounds all over his body. Throwing her flames at him, leaving him unconscious and covered in burns. Overhaul, running at high speed. Mirio, reaching her with his quirk. Are you okay? The bullets? Shuko, I'm fine. My fire doesn't come from any quirk and I have regeneration. Seeing a door at the end of the hallway. Let's go. Mirio, yes. Yakuza base surface. All Might, leaving the base covered in wounds, dragging an unconscious Rappa. I have truly become very weak compared to years ago. Fat Gum, carrying Tanai on his shoulders in his thin form. You were still able to fight that guy. I, with all my defense, could barely resist a few of his blows. That drug has really complicated things. Ryukyu, are you okay? Arriving next to them as some police officers took the Yakuzas away. Fat Gum, yes, a little beat up, but we're fine. And you? Ryukyu, Nijire-chan and I managed to finish off that guy. Looking at the tied-up Yakuza, it was a bit difficult because of his quirk that absorbed our energy, but we managed to stop him. All Might, looking everywhere. Hasn't anyone else come out? Ryukyu, they are the only ones because watching how he returned to the base. Hey. All Might, I am breathing heavily. I have to go back, unable to take another step, losing his muscles while he was spitting blood and falling to his knees. Sir, running towards him. What do you think you're doing? Worried? You've already done more than enough. Your body won't be able to take much more. All Might, still, I have to do it. My students are still in there. Sir, Tashinori, please stop. Clenching his fist. Do you remember the vision I had about how you would die in the worst possible way? Since you lost your arm because of that monster. All Might, Sir. Getting up, looking at him with great anger. Sir, nervous? What? All Might, you have to stop that attitude against young Midoriya. Smoke coming out of him as his muscles slowly grew. He has done nothing but help us. Even when everyone looked down on him. Even when everyone hated him for the simple fact of being born in this world. He has done nothing but help everyone who needs it. Clenching his only fist. He is nothing more than the kind of hero I always wanted to aspire to, and in the end I only became a hypocrite. Regaining his muscular form, making a superhuman effort, that is why I will not stop, and I do not care about your visions. The future is something that we ourselves form. Running back to the base, passing by Tamaki, who was leaving with Momo on his shoulders. Yakuza base, lower levels, large room. Overhaul, with the Quirk amplifier on, while dragging Eri, who wouldn't stop crying. Shut up. Eri, let me go, struggling with her arms and legs completely bandaged, showing that they were still bleeding. I don't want to. I want my mommy and my daddy. Increasing her tears even more. Overhaul, forget about them. They left you to your fate. Like a damn stray cat. Eri, that's not true. Struggling harder, they promised me they would always be with me. Managing to break free, but falling to the ground. Overhaul, it seems I'll have to punish you again. Taking off a glove and bringing his hand closer to Eri. Extracting almost all of your blood wasn't enough, but thinking about it, it's the only thing I need from you, so your arms and legs aren't necessary, right? Eri, scared by what she heard and knows, seeing how Overhaul's hand was getting closer. Please, 1 centimeter away from having Overhaul's hand on her. Save me, mommy. Overhaul, stopping upon noticing something on the wall. At such a cry of desperation and help from the little girl, immediately the wall that was at the back of the room began to change. It had turned a completely reddish color, and later it melted completely, and from it, to the great joy of the little girl and the desperation of the Yakuza, Shuko came out with Mirio. Eri, mommy! Crying to see her again. Shuko, seeing her at the back of the room. Eri. Launching herself against Overhaul. I'm coming. Eri. Overhaul, damn them! Taking off his other glove and touching the ground, creating a large number of spikes towards the heroes. Shuko, melting them and approaching without problems. Mirio, going through them and following Shuko. Overhaul, I can't stop them, seeing how they were just a few meters away from catching him. Will everything I worked for be for nothing? Angrily activating the Quirk amplifier and causing the entire base to tremble and being felt even on the surface. I will not allow some damn heroes to prevent me from achieving my goal. And after that scream, the whole place shook. The whole floor and all the walls had transformed into gigantic peaks which were heading at high speed towards them. Before that, Mirio had no other option but to become completely intangible and take refuge deeper into the ground. On the other hand, Shuko did not retreat even a millimeter. She continued advancing without caring that several of those peaks began to pierce her. She would not stop in her attempt to recover her girl, and waiting to be close enough to Overhaul to burn him with her flames without hurting Eri, she attacked. Unfortunately for her, Overhaul would not let herself be burned so easily, and enduring the pain she extended her hand towards that fire that seemed unstoppable, and thanks to her enhanced quirk she managed to return it to its place of origin. Before such an act, Shuko was surprised, and because of that she was unable to dodge it in time, and her own fire pushed her with great ferocity to the other side of the room, crashing hard into the wall, burying her in it. Overhaul, ahhhh. It hurts. Seeing his completely burned hand, being able to feel it down to the bones. So I'm aiming to kill, huh? Using his good hand to touch the other, in that case, activating his quirk, returning his hand to normal, and looking at an Eri paralyzed with fear, seeing how they hurt Shuko. Eri walking slowly towards her. Let's go. Mirio, appearing in front, giving him a strong blow in the face, making him retreat several meters. I will not let you take her. Looking at Eri while smiling at her. Eri, I have come with your mommy to get you out of this place, offering her his hand. Let's get out of this place while your mommy takes care of Overhaul, okay? Eri, shyly accepting Mirio's help. Mirio, Phoenix! Lifting Eri in his arms and starting to run. I got her, take care of the rest. Shuko, yes. Coming out of the wall completely healed. I will make you go through hell for what you did to Eri. Throwing a huge flame much stronger. Overhaul, damn! Watching Eri walk away and the fire get closer. Give it back to me. Extending his hand towards the fire again, but having a much harder time returning it, only being able to deflect it all over the room. Shuko, no, seeing how one of those fires would hit Mirio and Eri, careful. Diving to receive the full impact, but a small flame followed its trajectory. Mirio, knowing what was coming, I can't stop myself, I can't use my quirk either. In that case, I only have one option, using his back as a shield protecting Eri while he felt extreme pain. Is Eri okay? Forcing a smile. Shuko, I'm sorry. Approaching them, are you? Mirio, I am fine. Walking back towards the exit. Don't worry about me. You have to stop him. Stopping to see who was approaching the place. All Might? All Might. I came to help. Entering the room and putting his hands on Mirio's shoulder. I already exceeded my time limit, but thanks to you young people I was able to come to help them without stopping to find someone. Overhaul. Looking at his arm, noticing that he no longer had his hand. This hurts so much. Restoring it again. I still don't want to use that, but what? Is he here too? Noticing All Might at the entrance. Shuko, All Might, help them get out of this place please. Not waiting for an answer when she once again launched herself towards Overhaul to end it all at once. Overhaul panicked upon seeing that. Even with Shuko it was hard for him to keep up, not to mention that, if it weren't for having Eri close to him at the beginning, and for his second attack being redirected towards Mirio and her getting in the way, he would have been nothing more than ashes from the beginning. And now, not content with just that, All Might had arrived. Desperation flooded his body. He had no way out. All the effort he dedicated to his research would be worthless. That feeling made him react, and with great hatred for the heroes he took the quirk evolver that he kept in his pocket, and without wasting time, he injected it directly into his neck before Shuko arrived. Immediately his body began to change, to deform in a grotesque way. His body began to destroy and build itself constantly. The rubble around him began to be attracted to the mass of flesh he had become. In that place a new being had just been born. Not only the base began to shake, it was the entire city that shook from side to side. The sky began to change, turning a color as red as blood itself, while lightning began to fall all over the place. Everyone felt it, heroes, police, villains, civilians, not just those who were near the Yakuza base. Everyone in the city had that feeling. That feeling of terror that they had felt when the incident on Kamino occurred. But it didn't end there. The bodies of all the Yakuza were drawn directly towards him, no matter what level of the base they were on, no matter if they were on the surface or arrested by the police, no matter if they were conscious or unconscious. Each and every one of them were absorbed by Overhaul. The heartrending screams and growls not only came from Overhaul. Each and every one of those who fell into its clutches felt like they were being torn from the inside out, forced against their will to become part of the same being. Everyone knew something was wrong, something that shouldn't happen had happened. Without wasting any time, Shuko created her wings and took flight directly towards the surface, taking All Might, Mirio, and Eri with her. Unfortunately for her, Overhaul had noticed her intentions, and in a quick movement he launched himself upwards, reaching the surface first. That movement was fast, too fast, so much so that she could barely dodge it. But to do so she had to sacrifice an arm that Overhaul was now holding in his hands. Everyone was scared by what had arrived, and it didn't help that several press helicopters had arrived not long ago to see All Might's return from retirement again. Yakuza base surface. Ryukyu, what's going on? Seeing a giant cloud of dust in the middle of the street. Nijire, what was that tremor? Why was that cloud of dust generated? Why is the sky changing color? Did you also have that bad feeling? Asking questions without stopping, hiding the fact of feeling nervous because of the sensation that flooded the air. Fat gum, holding Tamaki, who wouldn't stop shaking. That doesn't matter now, we have to increase the evacuation zone and get all the civilians to safety. Overhaul, it's useless with a distorted voice, as if many people were speaking at the same time, not only the entire city, not even the country, intimidating everyone who heard him. The whole world is now within my reach. A huge mass of flesh, metal, rock and other things came out of that cloud of dust, and everyone saw it, and was frightened by its appearance. No one moved a single finger while that monster continued speaking. Overhaul. After all, thanks to my quirk evolver and the amplifier of these, created by David Shield, he proclaimed, while the skies of the entire city turned a red as deep as blood itself, and more lightning bolts fell all over the place. My quirk is now. The heroes who knew the case among them so were scared by what he would say next, because they could already get an idea of what it was about. A quirk that allows its owner to deform and reform, assemble and disassemble not only inert objects, but also affects living beings. A quirk that allows him to change everything that comes into contact with him, and in the face of such facts the only thing they could think was terraforming. All Might, we must stop him as soon as possible. Diving to hit him, Detroit Smash. Ryukyu, transforming into his dragon form, I'm here. Launching himself to attack him. Shuko, I won't let you get close to Eri. Bearing the pain of losing her arm while throwing her fire at her to the maximum. And after that attack, a light cloud of dust covered Overhaul's body again, but it didn't last long, and once it dissipated everyone was in shock since it was covered with a barrier. All Might and Fat Gum recognized it immediately, since they were the same barriers as Tenri. All Might, him? Unable to believe what he was seeing, not only does he absorb them, he can also use their quirks. Overhaul, it's useless activating one of his subordinates' quirks. Absorbing the energy of everyone present again, she'll be mine. Deforming several houses around, creating gigantic fists, these being surrounded by the barriers whether they like it or not. Throwing those fists at a speed faster than Rappa's towards the three of them. Those blows were so devastating that they destroyed a large part of the street, resulting in Ryukyu falling unconscious, noticing that several of his bones were protruding from his limbs. All Might was again in his thin form, unable to move in the slightest, while bleeding all over his body, and Shuko, like All Might, was lying on the ground unable to move while her regeneration began to do its job. Overhaul, seeing all the destruction, why do you force me to do this? With my terraforming, there is nothing in this world that I cannot mold to my liking. There is nothing you can do to stop me, seeing how several heroes still did not move. I can even do this, modifying Shuko's arm to launch a large flame in all directions, starting a large fire throughout the neighborhood. If you do not want me to do the same with the entire country, you just have to give me to Eri. Extra hero, I am possible to win, still shaking. What if I'd be better give it to you? Mirio, no. Getting up even with the great pain in his back, we will not do it. We will never allow you to continue hurt him. Putting Eri behind him. Overhaul, already tired of the situation, I tried to be nice. But you are the ones who forced me to do this, activating his quirk, causing a hand to come out from behind Eri, hitting Mirio right in his burns and taking her towards Overhaul, who locked her in a barrier embedded in his chest. Eri, hitting the barrier while crying, but nothing could be heard. Overhaul, finally I have you, looking up, noticing the press helicopter broadcasting everything. How annoying. Mirio, we won't let you see, continue with your plans, trying to get up and falling consecutively to the ground. Overhaul, looking at Mirio, his quirk makes him intangible, and he won't let himself be absorbed. In that case, it's better to get rid of that nuisance. Activating his quirk, causing many rays where Eri was locked up, making it clear that she was suffering. Then a large discharge comes out directed towards Mirio. Say goodbye to your quirk, surprising everyone who was listening. Mirio, activating his quirk, trying not to take damage, but it still hits him. Sir, lying on the ground covered in wounds, impossible. No attack should be able to harm him. What was that? Overhaul, intangibility is useless against the power to return everything to its point of origin. It is all thanks to Eri's quirk, the power to restore everything and return us to the greatness where humanity once was before quirks existed. After all, her power is. Rewind. Mirio, does that mean that I? Overhaul, yes, your body is identical to that of the humans of the past, just like that of Izuku Midoriya. In other words, you are now quirkless. Everyone was immediately terrified by this. Not only did that villain have the power to shape the world in his image, but he could also take away what many people around the world were very proud of. At this point, the broadcast was once again being transmitted to every corner of the planet, where before they had been terrified by that dragon. Now it was Overhaul's turn to instill that fear. Sir, Mirio. Getting up with difficulty and approaching his student. You have to get out of here quickly. Mirio, I see Can trying to get up. Sir, listen to me. Without your quirk you can't defend yourself now, and you won't be able to get close to attack. Clenching his fists, it pains me to say it, but now you can't do anything. Mirio, standing up with his head down, not saying anything at all as he stood in front of that giant. My hero name is Lemillion, but making everyone pay attention to him. I won't consider myself one until I've saved 1,000,000 people. Clenching his fists, that's why, with or without a quirk, I'll keep fighting, no matter how I am. I'll always get up, after all. Raising his head, noticing the great value he had for everyone. How could I fulfill my dream if I am not able to save a girl who is asking for help? Sir, impressed by his student's words while looking at him, Mirio, am I wrong? This guy sitting on a roof looking into the distance while smiling is worthy getting up, but in this situation, I guess I'll have to go there so he doesn't die about to run when he feels a strong presence in the distance approaching at high speed. I see that it won't be necessary. After all, from here I can feel it. He's really angry. Overhaul. I admit you have great courage, but this is over. You have no quirk. Your body can barely stand. You are completely alone. Nijire. That's not true, slowly getting up while preparing her waves. Tamaki. We will never leave him alone, removing the rubble he had on top of him, and standing up, we will always fight together, modifying his body ready to fight. Momo. And not just them, with a weapon in her hands while she had clear symptoms of anemia from continuing to use her quirk, we made a promise that Eri would always be safe. Shuko. Izuku and I made a promise to Eri, tired from regenerating her entire body, and we will not let you hurt her anymore. Creating her wings of fire while preparing her attack. All Might, young people not believing the courage of children. What are you doing, Tashinori? Trying to stand up, but it was useless. Get up. You must help them. Only able to transform half his face while spitting out large amounts of blood. You must not leave them alone like you did with young Midoriya. Overhaul. Very angry, I'm tired of all of you. After that scream, Overhaul activated his quirk again, causing the entire city to tremble, and not only the earth rumbled, the sky itself began to project its hatred, generating many more thunders that fell everywhere. The heroes and the police in the city tried to evacuate all the civilians. But the different debris that fell everywhere caused the death of many of them, and in front of the young people a sea of spikes rushed directly towards them. Shuko released her flames to stop the vast majority, while the others were in charge of destroying those who managed to surround the fire. But the effort was extreme. Since they not only had to deal with those peaks, they also had to protect the fallen heroes and officers in the area, and worst of all is that Overhaul continued to absorb their energy constantly. In that, and while they were busy and without realizing it, a spike was able to pass and went directly towards Mirio. When everyone realized, it was too late because the spike had pierced someone's thorax, but not that of its target. Mirio, in shock, Sir, seeing his master pierced in the chest area. Sir, me Mirio spitting blood. Listen to me. I don't have much tea time left, spitting blood again. Mirio, don't talk. Starting to cry, will take you to get treated. You'll be fine, just laugh. Sir, and Mirio, I know we're not at our best, but I want you to know that regardless of our ways of thinking, I'm sure that even without a quirk you'll be a great hero. After all, I saw your future with my quirk. Overhaul, listening to that, a quirk that allows you to see the future? Smiling grimly, if I absorb it, and it evolves and improves, then I, activating his quirk, dragging Sir towards him. Mirio, Sir. And with that, without anyone being able to stop him, the hero Sir Nightai was absorbed by Overhaul in full view of everyone. His screams and cries were not long in coming. Immediately Overhaul stopped attacking them while covering his face. As if his eyes were hurting, he covered them with his hands. That opportunity of vulnerability was not wasted, and immediately the young heroes launched themselves to attack him, with Shuko leading the group. But when he was about to arrive, a gigantic fist formed by the remains of several houses hit her with more force and speed than Rappa had ever even imagined. She crashed against the ground, sinking into it, while Overhaul removed his hands from his face, revealing his eyes to everyone, and with great sadness Mirio recognized them, those eyes that he had seen so many times. Those eyes were none other than those of Sir Nightai. But unlike him, his prediction no longer had any limits. He did not need to touch people to see their future. He didn't need to have eye contact either, and much less was he limited to only seeing other people's future. Now he could see his own, and thanks to that he could predict the attack that Nijire would do from behind, and without having to see her he made the ground where she was flying rise up in a pointed way and attack her, causing a lot of damage. Making her fall, which would have hit her head if it weren't for Tamaki using his tentacles to catch her. Not even All Might half transformed could do anything. He constantly had to dodge the spikes that came out from all directions, and the few blows he could connect with his arm were useless against the barriers that seemed indestructible. and with a simple blow he sent the hero back several meters. Everyone was in despair. They saw no way that anyone could beat that monster, and then a thought crossed everyone's minds. Izuku Midoriya was the only one who could do something against him, and leaving all their prejudices aside, they began to pray for one thing, that the sekiryuutei would come to save them. Overhaul. Blocking with his barriers the shots of Momo that he launched from different angles without having to see her. It's over was all he said, activating his quirk with his hands in the air. What at first didn't seem to make sense to anyone immediately caused everything around them to start falling to the ground. By this point the press helicopter was already very far away, and it was thanks to that distance that they were able to see a kind of distortion in the air which covered a large part of the battlefield. Not only did that cause people to fall to the ground unable to get up, but also the few structures that were still standing to give way as well. It was there that some understood it. His quirk now allows him to transform the world at will, so nothing stopped him from changing the rules that make it up, and that was changing one of the laws of physics, and what he was doing was increasing the force of gravity on anything that is inside the battlefield. Overhaul. Now that I have no interruptions and I have the power to do it, it's time to carry out my plan. Generating rays in his chest, forcing Eri to reactivate her quirk, causing great agony to the little girl. A world without the disease known as quirk. Free of those impurities of supernatural genes. Seeing the helicopter, and shouting his words for everyone to hear. For a long time everyone has been wrong. Quirks were not the evolution of humanity, but a curse, causing everyone to be confused by his words. As he said that, a dome began to form around him, but it was hollow right where he was so as not to be affected, and it began to slowly expand while the girl on his chest was seen crying and writhing in pain. Overhaul. Those who know the true story have preferred to remain silent. Headquarters and EZU of UA Academy along with the hero Edshot did not tell them the whole truth in the interview they did after the incident in Kamino, making the dome closer to the students, and that truth is that Izuku Midoriya was able to obtain that power for only one reason. He was born quirkless, provoking the attention of many people around the world. That glove you've all seen was a gift that God made for humanity. But it wasn't the only one. His gifts to us were many and very varied, and they were known as sacred gear. But to our misfortune the genes of the supernatural beings infected humanity, and that caused us to no longer be able to use them. Quirks are the result of that aberration, a curse that prevented us from continuing to advance as a species and deprived us of the greatest power we've ever had. Pausing in his words, why did Izuku Midoriya and now also Melissa's shield become so powerful? It's not by coincidence. It's because of something they have in common. Something that the vast majority of people have, but they don't. The condition to use a sacred gear is being born quirkless. At that statement everyone froze in place where they were. All those who had ever mocked or hid a quirkless panicked now that they knew that he could use some power like that. The different leaders of governments around the world began to give their orders to gather all the quirkless from their territories. But before they could continue doing anything, Overhaul spoke again, but this time calmer. Overhaul. But don't worry, growing the dome being a few meters from the heroes now, I have the ability to correct that, like I did with that blonde. His quirk was completely eliminated, as if it had never existed, and I will do the same with everyone. Once they are inside this dome, everyone will be quirkless and will be able to use a sacred gear. Shuko, shut up. Standing up. Enduring the increased gravity, have you thought about what that damn plan of yours will do to Eri? Creating her wings of fire and approaching the dome. Overhaul. What does a girl matter in exchange for restoring humanity's greatness? Shuko. Recover her greatness? Angry. Entering the dome, surprising many that her flames did not go out. If you have to sacrifice a girl, it's because there was never any greatness. And with that shout Shuko began her attacks again. She launched her flames without any kind of restriction. She was going with everything to recover her little girl. But Overhaul was not going to make it that easy. The barriers, the absorption of energy, the speed of attack, the prediction of the future, and the many other quirks of the people absorbed by him were present to give him a chance to face her. But without stopping to expand his dome that eliminated the quirks. All Might, with his broken arm, curse. Worried watching as the dome approached the heroes, but especially his students. I have to get them away from that, They have proven to be better heroes than anyone of my generation could even imagine. Getting up in great pain from all his wounds, I can still land one last blow. But most likely with my wounds I won't be able to move anymore and end up dying, smiling. But it doesn't matter. If it's to save the new generation, then I am willing to sacrifice my life. About to give his biggest blow on the ground, in front of them so that the air current blows them away from the place, united, unable to continue when he felt someone grab his wrist. Nana, hi Toshinori. All Might, and teacher? Nana, you don't have to sacrifice yourself, there is still a way you can get them all out of this place without having to die, taking him to the core of the OFA. One for all core. All Might, noticing where he was. What are you doing, teacher? I can't be in this place. I have to get everyone out of that place. Desperately wanting to get out. Nana, why? All Might, we don't have time for this. Nana, then answer quickly. Why? All Might, angry, why? What do you mean? So that I can quickly treat their wounds, so that those children can live and fulfill their dreams, and to starting to shed small tears, never fail them again like I did with young Midoriya. Nana, Toshinori smiling, you blame yourself for all the mistakes made by a society that lost its way. Yes, you are angry, but in that anger you are forgetting one of the greatest virtues of people, the ability to change and improve. All Might, what? Nana, Toshinori, we have all seen how you have tried to repair your mistakes by helping to promote that law of equality towards the Quirkless. She spoke while the shadows of the other bearers appeared at her side, not only seeking support from influential families and some leaders approaching to be in front of her student. We have also seen how you have been planning to build different organizations to rescue Quirkless children from the abuse of their parents. That is why I will tell you this, giving him a warm hug. Forgive yourself? All Might, and teacher returning the hug as she began to cry on her shoulder. Yoichi, approaching both of them, don't throw your life away so easily. Many people still see you as a symbol of hope, especially your students. That's why we've decided to help you, even though this wasn't originally for you. Smiling as he extended his hand and a white light appeared in it. We're sure you'll put them to good use. So come back and be what you really are. A hero. The cameras were capturing the exact moment when that dome was about to touch all the injured and lose their quirks forever. But before that happened, different trails of black energy resembling whips picked them all up and in a quick movement raised them all away as quickly as possible from danger. All the viewers were confused, thinking that a new hero had come to rescue them, and when the camera turned to see the origin of those whips, everyone was surprised, since the origin of those whips was All Might himself, and to their greater astonishment, he was not touching the ground. All Might knew that he couldn't do anything this time. His body wouldn't hold up much longer despite the help of the other carriers. He was worried about the battle that Shuko was having completely alone against Overhaul. But at that moment, he could see in the distance a small crimson light which was approaching at great speed. It didn't take long for him to understand who it was. He could only help him by moving away all the wounded so that he could end this nightmare. At that place, a word began to be heard that many people would recognize instantly. That word was repeated in a constant loop and with greater force every second. The helicopter directed its camera as well as Overhaul its gaze, and the same applied to Shuko, who shed small tears for seeing him awake again. Boost! 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 Overhaul! A second later he had arrived at the battlefield, falling directly against the ground. A light cloud of dust rose only for his figure to be seen by everyone after less than a second. The impression he gave was one of pure anger, and that was noticeable by the intense reddish color of the eyes of his armor, and by what he proclaimed as soon as he arrived. I'm going to kill you! Chapter 46, New Level. I'm going to kill you! Immediately after arriving, Izuku could see little Eri trapped in a force field across his enemy's chest, and without waiting for anything, he launched himself to attack Overhaul. His speed was overwhelming, almost no one could see at what moment he was just a few meters from the giant mass of flesh that the Yakuza had become. But before his blow hit him, Overhaul, using his prediction of the future, knew the point except where he would receive the attack, and thanks to that he managed to disintegrate that area and reassemble himself, achieving what many saw as impossible, dodging an attack from Izuku. Izuku, surprised seeing how his attack never hit. What? How could he dodge me? Overhaul, damn you! Another annoyance keeps coming. Starting to go crazy from so much power. Die. Throwing twice as many spikes directly at Izuku, surprising everyone because the villain hadn't shown his full power yet. Izuku, launching at high speed. My life will not be taken away by a damn bastard like you. Destroying his problems the spikes that were thrown at him, but when he was about to hit Overhaul, he disintegrated again, causing Izuku to pass straight, arriving next to Shuko. Izuku. Getting his attention, he said that he used a quirk evolver, and he's using Dr. Shield's amplifier *, surprising him * with that he absorbed many people and can use their quirks including Sir Night Eyes, so now he can see the future. Overhaul, yes, it's true, but not only that, the quirks of all those I absorbed also evolved. Looking at the couple with Sir's eyes, and thanks to these eyes none of their attacks will be a surprise. Izuku, dragon shot. Throwing that sphere of energy without letting him finish the sentence. Overhaul, creating several arms which using various combinations of quirks manages to redirect it towards one of the nearest buildings, collapsing it completely. Good try seeing those almost disintegrated hands, repairing them again, but no matter what you do, I can see everything you'll do. Smiling twistedly, I can already see my victory. Shuko, we will never let you win. Noticeably tired from using her flames and regeneration so much. Izuku, noticing that. Shuko, let's finish that bastard off quickly. Throw your flames from here. Launching himself towards the Yakuza again. Shuko, yes. And after those instructions the couple began their attack again. Although Izuku couldn't hit him directly, he tried to distract him so that Shuko's fire would slow him down and have a chance. Shuko for her part couldn't hold back. At this point her suit began to disintegrate in some small places, like on her waist, revealing to the world the mark that demonstrated her true love for Izuku. Everyone just watched as if hell itself had come out and taken over the battlefield. Shuko's flames occupied the entire neighborhood. That was only possible when seeing how All Might had taken everyone and knowing that all the houses were evacuated. For his part, Izuku, being completely immune to these, didn't bother to dodge them while trying to continue hitting Overhaul. But the situation for the Yakuza was very different. The intense attacks he had to dodge, the flames he had to deflect while repairing the charred parts, in addition to continuing to maintain and expand the anti-quirk field, in addition to the increase in gravity, was too great a burden for him, which filled him with anger like he had never experienced. Overhaul, enough! Undoing the anti-quirk field and returning gravity to normal, they're just a nuisance, which I will crush. Using his quirk to the maximum to turn the entire neighborhood into gigantic hands the size of buildings, while the different quirks began to cover them, and I will start with the Phoenix Descendant. Launching his attacks towards Shuko without any consideration. Izuku, I won't allow it. Going to his girlfriend to intercept the attacks. Boost! 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 Overhaul, seeing how his attacks had no effect. Damn, I can see what they'll do. But I can barely react in time. Seeing the hole where his base once was, this may be risky, but it's the only way. Activating his quirk to attract something towards him. I hope some are still intact. Izuku, destroying those fists without much trouble. Shuko, are you okay? Shuko, kneeling, yes, breathing a little agitated behind Izuku. I'm just tired of using my flames and regeneration so much. Do you have problems with those things? Seeing how they kept coming. Izuku, they're no problem, there are just too many of them, and if I use a dragon shot I could deflect it again and cause more damage somewhere else. Shuko, so what can we do? Worried about Eri, we can't leave her in the hands of that bastard any longer. Trying to get up with great difficulty. Izuku, I know, thinking for a second. Shuko, I have an idea. You go back and recover as much as you can. I'll go at maximum speed. I'll try to get Eri away, and when I do, you take her away. Shuko, okay, managing to stand up, and after that what? Izuku, like I did with Endeavor, I'll attack him with so much energy that he won't be able to redirect anywhere, starting to undo the legs part of the armor, increasing the power of the wings. Ready? Shuko, yes. Creating her wings once again, but they were smaller. Let's do it. Moving away several meters. Izuku, giving one last blow to take a few steps back. Here I come. Undoing all his armor to give all the power to the wings. Overhaul, seeing what he had in his hand. Only 5 survived? Well, that will have to be enough for. Seeing in his vision how Eri would be torn from his chest, I will not allow it. Altering his form and changing Eri's place, but not managing to dodge the attack. Izuku, flying at top speed, disgraceful. Very angry for not being able to recover Eri by hitting him in the face. That blow was so strong that everyone could hear several bones breaking, and it was no wonder, since Overhaul's skull had been fractured by Izuku, unfortunately due to the resistance he had gained, in addition to the fact that Izuku's strength decreased by changing it for speed. Overhaul had barely survived and only remained conscious due to the adrenaline that ran through his entire system. Overhaul, with severe internal bleeding while bleeding all over his face, trying to speak without being understood, maito. Seeing his hand still holding 5 trigger vials, mari, taking them to his mouth to chew them at the same time to swallow all their contents. After that, a strong tremor shook the place again, but instead of just the city, it was the entire country that felt it. Gigantic clouds began to cover a large part of the nation. Gigantic lightning bolts fell all over the country, destroying many generators, forcing the use of backup ones. Gravity was again increased at an exponentially much greater rate. The city center where the evacuation of civilians was still taking place was affected by Overhaul's quirk, and all organic and inorganic matter became one, and with it its different quirks also passed into Overhaul's domain, and all the ones it already had and the new ones were equally enhanced. Izuku, seeing all that, filling with rage, damn bastard. Flying at maximum speed when I get Yari back, consider yourself dead. Overhaul, no, with his wounds completely healed you are the one who will die, activating his quirk while holding his hand in the air. And with that said, Izuku stopped. Thanks to a wall of compressed air, the clouds above them transformed into the sharpest ice stakes and fell at high speed towards him, while different peaks whose tips had become a material much harder than diamond were heading towards him. Before that, Izuku had no other option but to put his armor back on, because although his dragon parts would resist it, it was his still human parts, which he had not yet fully remembered from his fight against Endeavor, that could cause him a lot of damage. And without giving Izuku a second to destroy that wall of air, he made the molecules around him vibrate, causing the air itself to catch fire. He knew that wouldn't affect him, but that wasn't his intention. He simply wanted to gain time. Meanwhile, Shuko, who couldn't move due to the immense gravity that imprisoned her body, watched in terror as from afar different fists the size of entire skyscrapers, whose surface had been turned into diamonds covered by the energy field, approached her partner at an alarming speed. Shuko, very worried. Izuku, you have to get out of there now. Izuku, destroying everything that held him, Yari. Flying towards her, dodging and destroying everything Overhaul threw at him. Boost. 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 Receiving the first building on top of him, being able to feel its immense weight enhanced by Overhaul's gravity control. Don't be afraid. Trying to destroy it, but it regenerated almost instantly. I'm going to save you. Throwing his fire at it, disintegrating it, being able to slowly gain ground. Overhaul, angry. Why? Seeing how he was approaching, the rest of the city will take a few seconds. I have to buy more time. Why of all people are you the one who want to stop me? What I will do will be for your benefit. If everyone loses their quirks, racism towards quirkless will no longer exist. Seeing how he was getting closer and closer to him, and with your sacred gear you will be a king, and oh, you will be a emperor. Izuku, I don't care about that. Getting closer, what's the good of a better world if to achieve it you have to sacrifice an innocent girl? No matter where you learned all that, I won't let you do whatever you want. Overhaul, do you want to know how I knew? Smiling, knowing that he was about to complete his attack. It all happened many years ago. It was one of my first jobs, getting rid of a woman who had incriminating information towards the boss, and when I disintegrated her without leaving the slightest trace. Some small rings had fallen to the ground, catching Drake's attention. I didn't want to leave any trace, so when I tried to disintegrate them it was useless. It was the first time that my quirk had no effect on something. After that, those rings emitted a green light and disappeared from my hands. When I told the boss, he showed me an old diary. It was too old, but when he opened it he showed me a drawing, and indeed they were the same. That time was the first time I knew of the existence of the sacred gear. And from that moment I relentlessly investigated everything related to those tools created by God. Do you know what those rings were called? Drake, Twilight Healing. Overhaul. Until you finally speak, the Celestial Dragon Drake. Izuku, a diary with the name of the sacred gear, the name of my partner standing just a few meters away not paying attention to his surroundings. That means getting angrier and angrier while emitting a crimson aura. Overhaul. Yes, the boss knew, but when I discovered Aries' quirk, I told him my plan to be able to use those powers again, angry remembering that moment, but he refused, saying that we shouldn't interact with forces beyond our control. Feeling how his attack was about to hit Izuku, he was nothing more than a coward. That's why I got rid of that nuisance. The only thing of value he ever had was that diary with his last name engraved on the cover. The same last name as Aerie, which is Gorse. Drake, mate, if that girl has that last name, there's no doubt. She's also a descendant of Issei. After that revelation, Izuku took advantage of the proximity he had to try once again to snatch Aerie away from him by undoing all of her armor and giving that power to his wings. Unfortunately, Overhaul managed to anticipate that movement, and creating several hands that held Izuku by various parts of his body and activated his quirk. The sekiryuutei's screams of pain were not long in coming. No one knew what was happening because externally he looked intact, but the real problem was inside his body. His human parts were completely destroyed, deformed with the sole purpose of causing him as much damage as possible. And seeing the blood that Izuku was spitting was the greatest proof of that. Aerie, looking horrified at everything that happened. Shuko, eyes shedding tears from seeing that Izuku. Overhaul. The dragon parts without it are resistant, throwing him a few meters forward, but not even you could survive this, smiling as his attack arrived and hit Izuku squarely without his armor. After that, an endless number of gigantic fists the size of skyscrapers attacked him non-stop. The earth opened and Izuku fell deep into it, but he didn't do it alone. Those fists followed him and began to hit him from all directions without giving him the slightest respite, while the friction in that hole was so much that it began to burn everything inside it. The spectators watching what the only camera was transmitting, from the only helicopter that was still flying in the area, were left speechless. Before their eyes, the cruelest and bloodiest battle ever recorded in modern history was taking place. At this, everyone asked themselves as a shiver ran through their bodies. Is this what battles were like in the supernatural era? Overhaul, ha 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 ha, completely crazed by victory now, you see. Making the camera point at him, no one in this world can stop me now. I will fulfill my goal of eradicting that disgusting disease known as quirk. Recreating his anti-quirk field, causing great agony to Aerie again right now. I have the power of an entire world. Aerie, enduring the immense pain while continuing to cry, managing to use her quirk a little on the barrier, managing to weaken it to be heard. Don't give up. Calling everyone's attention, but especially Shuko's. You and Mommy promised me to never leave me alone. Crying more intensely, remembering that the happiest moments of her life were by their side. I believe in you, PA. Overhaul, shut up. Activating his quirk, which slowly gained ground on Aries, slowly waxing her again. He's already dead. My hands are just hitting his corpse. Shuko, that's not true. Touching her waist along with the Izuku mark, I can feel it. Our souls are united forever. That's why I know he's still alive. Getting up as far as she can and then looking at the big hole. Izuku. Starting to cry. You have Tio, get up. Our little one needs you. Aerie, please. About to be silenced again. Shuko, save our. Aerie, save me. Dad/daughter. Mental space. Izuku, opening his eyes, noticing where he was. This has to be a damn joke. Angry, I don't have time for this again. Turning around looking for the culprits. Where are they? And I surprised to see only one person in front of him. Issei. Issei. Hello. Izuku having a serious attitude. Izuku, what? Issei, are you surprised to see me again? Having a slight smile. It's normal with what you had to go through with those children. I'm sorry I couldn't help you at that moment. Approaching him. That's why I was the one who brought you directly. Listen to me. Clenching his fists full of anger. You have to stop that damn bastard who is hurting Aerie. Izuku, I know. Clenching his fists full of anger, but how? None of my attacks manage to hit him, and those that do are not enough to stop him. No matter what I do, whether it's a dragon shot or burning him, that bastard regenerates very fast. Remembering the state of his physical body, and now my body is very injured. Drake, so? Where is my current partner who, despite being on the verge of death, sacrificed his heart to continue fighting? Where is that boy with an unbreakable will who survived even with the whole world against him? Issei, if that guy now has the power of an entire world, then you should just get one capable of surpassing that. Izuku, if that's the only option, lowering his head, then I'll use the jug, unable to finish when receiving a slap and looking up, seeing who the culprit was. Ophis, angry, are you an idiot? You promised me that you would never leave my granddaughters alone, and even more now knowing about Eri. Giving her an apple-like look. Izuku, but how could I reach that level of power? Drake, buddy, do you remember the conversation we had when I finished that license exam? That there was a way to use all my power to match or even surpass the Juggernaut drive? Izuku, remembering that conversation, you mean? Issei, the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Izuku, about to say something, but is interrupted. Ophis, softening her gaze, remember your dream. Remember that you promised that no one will ever go through the same thing that happened when you lost your mother again, making Izuku look into her eyes and begin to remember all those moments. Also remember that you promised me that you would not only protect Shuko, but also Momo, Melissa, and any other descendant that appears like Eri. Drake, this is the time when you should start using your own true dragon powers, and you can access a new level by creating your own version of the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Ophis, one in which you can reflect your own dreams and ideals. Issei, everyone out there is waiting for you to save the day like the true hero you are. Smiling, become the hero your mother always thought you were. Not only are they waiting for you out there, the carrier children also believe in you and that you can save and heal people's hearts. Turning his head, looking at the children in the distance, and just maybe if they see that there really can be a better tomorrow, their hearts will also be saved. Izuku, starting to emit a much more intense aura than ever. Ophis, also prove something to everyone. Drake, something you will never forget. Issei, and that's talking all three at the same time. Never underestimate the power of a dragon. Yakuza base, surface, battlefield. Shuko, extremely exhausted, barely able to generate fire in front of Overhaul. Overhaul, this is useless. I already won, creating several hands, managing to capture her under the anguished gaze of everyone. You put up a good fight. Before I disintegrate you and you join me, do you have any last words? Shuko, last ones? Hell, letting out a light laugh. Don't make me laugh. You haven't won yet. After all, the man I fell in love with is the strongest in the world. Overhaul, about to activate his quirk when a tremor occurs in the area and a crimson light is noticed right in the hole where Izuku was. Izuku, Overhaul. Overhaul, no, it's not possible. Terrified, preparing to fight Izuku again. You should be dead after all those attacks. Izuku, our fight is not over. I will finish you for all the harm you have caused to so many people, for having broken so many families, for hurting my friends. But most of all, for all the suffering you caused my wife and my daughter. Overhaul, starting to shake. What is this feeling? Could it be? Izuku, if you now have the power of an entire world, then I will have Tio reach a level where I can destroy one. Taking a large breath to scream as loud as possible. I, the one who would awaken. Immediately everyone panicked, remembering what happened after saying that phrase. Everyone already gave up on the world. Everyone thought the worst. Everyone except Shuko, since Izuku once told her not to worry, that he had it under control and she had no reason to doubt him. I am the sekiryuutei who will bring back the domination of dreams. At that moment everyone could feel a different sensation. It was not the same as when they first witnessed the power of the supernatural world. For some reason some people began to feel calm, knowing that soon that nightmare would end. I will bring true peace and justice, bringing the infinite hopes of the people. No one looked away from their screens. If with the first chant Izuku Midoriya had transformed into a dragon, then everyone was looking forward to seeing his new appearance, especially the children who admired the design of his armor like the one who lives on the island of Nabu. I will be the Dragon Emperor of the Crimson Light. By this point there was no doubt, the feeling he transmitted to everyone was the same as when he used the balance breaker for the first time in front of his teammates. A feeling that the only word that can describe it would be power. And I promise all of you that under my wings I will take you to a glorious tomorrow. An intense crimson light came out of that hole. It was so intense that its mere presence cleared the storm clouds as soon as it reached them, revealing that blue sky along with the sun's rays which fell right above that hole, illuminating the dust particles, making them look white, which did not clear from the ground due to the strong gravity that still affected the area. A second later everyone began to see Izuku slowly rise up into the sunlight. He did it calmly, as if that increased gravity had not the slightest effect on him, and once he came out completely everyone could see his new armor. Izuku, watching how Overhaul held Shuko, take your filthy hands off them. That was all that was heard, and after a simple blink, Overhaul's entire arm was completely torn from his body, as well as that energy field, making him retreat several meters, and destroying that arm and that energy field. He had freed the two most important girls in his life. The little girl could only cry with happiness and then faint, while Shuko could only admire Izuku's new armor. Looking into the distance, ha 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 ha, that armor is identical to when we first faced her. Izuku, today. For my dream. For my promises. Looking at Shuko Yaeri for a second, who was on his legs, and for the love I feel for her. Looking at Overhaul, who was just backing away. I will kill you. Releasing an intense aura and then launching himself at the Yakuza. Drag, Star Sonic boosted. Solid impact boosted. An immense amount of blows impacted against Overhaul. There was no angle where he was not hit. Saying that this was still a battle was stupid. This had become a massacre. His blood was beginning to be spread everywhere. At this point Overhaul had to resort to concentrating entirely on regeneration. But even then he could not remain intact, and his many broken bones were proof of that. Not even the absorption of energy was helping him keep his wounds repaired. Overhaul, terrified, what does this mean? I can't see it with my future prediction. Is it that fast? At this rate I'll die. Izuku, this is nothing compared to what you did to Yarai. Heading straight to the Yakuza's chest. Drag, solid impact boost. That blow was so powerful that it dragged Overhaul's gigantic body for several kilometers until it reached the few rubble of the city that disintegrated him, forcing him to vomit large amounts of blood. His body trembled and he could barely stand up. Multiple bones protruded from his skin in various parts of his body. Various burns on his body caused the entire place to begin to spread a smell of burnt flesh. Not a single second had passed when Izuku ran all the way and amplified the armor on his leg to give him a powerful upward kick that sent Overhaul flying hundreds of meters. Overhaul, is this my end? Unable to feel most of his body due to the pain, I'm not going that easily. Using the little strength he had left to create two giant arms which he put together to start charging his last attack, I'm not going to leave this world that easily. Beginning to emit a great light in his hands, that's why. If my dream can't come true, then no one's will. Firing a gigantic plasma beam which headed directly towards Izuku. Izuku, understanding his wings. I will not allow you to ruin people's dreams just because of your selfishness. After that, two gigantic cannons formed on his wings, but it didn't end there, since two other cannons had emerged from his arms, and without thinking twice the four of them fired that gigantic crimson ray at the same time. It was then that Izuku shouted the name of his technique, and like his chant, he changed his name, calling it very similar to the attack that for many years gave children a dream to aspire to. Crimson Smasher. The two attacks collided, but Overhaul's didn't have the slightest chance of competing with Izuku's, and in less than a second, Izuku's body began to disintegrate, leaving not even the slightest ashes, and when he was about to disappear completely, Sir's consciousness managed to take control and decided to use his quirk for the last time on Izuku, and thanks to the fact that he was still enhanced, he was able to see beyond his prediction of the future. Sir, I made a grave mistake. The one who is on top of a destroyed world is not Midoriya. That person is wearing white armor, regretting all his mistakes as he dies along with everyone Overhaul absorbed. I'm sorry. Yakuza base, a few minutes later. Shuko, Seeing the beautiful sky back to normal while holding Eri in her arms, you did it again, having a radiant smile seeing who was approaching Izuku. Eri, slowly waking up. Shuko, noticing that. How do you feel, honey? Eri, seeing who was holding her, starting to cry, but this time with joy. Mommy, giving her the strongest arm her weakened body could give. While that mother and daughter were waiting for Izuku to return, the other heroes and the press approached their position. Everyone wanted to talk to those two young people. Then Izuku arrived at the place and, undoing only his helmet, began to cry while taking Eri in his arms. Izuku, forgive me, Eri, I failed you. I couldn't keep my promise to always keep you safe. Starting to cry even more. Forgive me. Eri, Daddy in the same situation as Izuku. That's not true. I was very scared. But I knew that you and Mommy were going to save me. That's why I tried to be brave. Shuko, Izuku slowly approaching her partner, and just like father and daughter she began to cry. We did it. Our little girl is safe. Izuku, yes, and this time we will make sure it is forever. Bending down a little to give his girlfriend a big, deep kiss which lasted several seconds. Shuko, separating from the kiss to join their foreheads. It's only been 3 days since I last heard your voice, but I feel like it's been 100 years. Giving him another kiss a little lighter. You have to tell me everything that happened to you. Izuku, smiling of course, but first let's take Eri to be received by Recovery Girl. Rocklock, approaching the press which continued broadcasting to the whole world. Good job, now give us the girl. I'll take her to get checked out at the central hospital. Extending his hand, making Eri hide her little head in Izuku's neck. Shuko, cutting off the hero's path. Izuku, before you arrived, Overhaul revealed that Eri's quirk is capable of rewinding people's DNA and making them quirkless, and that only they are capable of using a sacred gear. Surprising Izuku. Izuku, angry, damn Overhaul, even with your death you continue causing problems. Rocklock, hey! What are you implying? We are heroes and we would never hurt a little girl. Izuku, no, approaching the hero while giving Eri to Shuko. She is my daughter, intimidating him with her gaze, making him back away, and if you want to take her it will be over my dead body. Rocklock, unable to do anything but back away while remaining silent. Izuku, heading directly to the camera. Are you still broadcasting? Receiving the affirmative response from the cameraman. Good, taking a slight pause to start speaking to the world. You all already know, but my name is Izuku Midoriya and I am the current sekiryuutei. My goal is none other than to be a hero and help people who need it. But I want to make something very clear. I will not allow Quirkless to continue being discriminated against in any way, much less will I allow them to use my daughter for their goals. Having an extremely serious look. I don't care who they are, nor do I care what nation they are from. Each and every Quirkless in this world is now under my protection, and anyone who tries to do anything against any of them, or tries to use them for their selfish ends, then I will consider them my enemies. Those words were like a bucket of cold water for many leaders of the world, who had immediately cancelled the order to gather the Quirkless from their territories if they did not want to suffer the wrath of the sekiryuutei. Izuku, approaching Shuko, ready to return to Yue, carrying Shuko as if she were a princess, embarrassing her a little. Shuko, yes, holding Eri in her arms. Hey, what will happen to Momo, All Might and the others? Izuku, they will be fine. Knowing Momo's parents, they must have already sent several helicopters to transfer them to a hospital or to Yue itself. Remembering something he saw as soon as he arrived, I also remember seeing All Might flying. Shuko, so everyone can fly now? Izuku, it seems so. He's spreading his wings. Eri, will I be able to fly too? Izuku, I don't know, honey, but I can be your wings as many times as you want. Is that okay with you? Eri, yes. Izuku, okay, starting to fly at a moderate speed, leaving everyone behind. How about our first flight back home? Chapter 47, New Companions. Musitifice City Sky. Izuku, still with his armor on except for his helmet, we're almost there, flying at a moderate speed, carrying Shuko. How's it going? Shuko, holding Eri in her arms, she fell asleep, smiling while hugging her. She must be very tired. Seeing how a golden light was approaching, Izuku looks, pointing at her. Izuku, what is that? Seeing who was approaching him, surprising them in armor like the balance breaker, starting to emit an aura ready to attack. Could it be an enemy? Shuko, what? No, realizing something. Oh, that's right, I haven't told you yet, it's Melissa. Izuku, Melissa! Calming down and slowing down a little more. Can she use the balance breaker now? Shuko, yes, he used it to save people from several nomas when you were fighting Endeavor 3 days ago, and today he used it again when several nomas attacked some cities. Izuku, I see, I really missed a lot of things these days seeing how I was about to catch up with them. Shuko, well, it's normal. After being trapped by the carrier children putting on a slightly sad smile, nobody did anything for them. Izuku, yes, that's why being interrupted upon hearing his name being shouted. Melissa, Izuku. Arriving next to the couple, I'm glad you woke up. Undoing the armor, showing her big smile while continuing to fly with her own wings, and I'm glad to see that Eri is safe, seeing the sleeping girl in Shuko's arms. Izuku, hi Melissa, smiling, I'm glad to see you're okay. Shuko, how did it go, Melissa? Melissa, I got rid of all the nomas. Although they were very scattered, that's why it took me a while to finish. Looking at Izuku after that, Fafnir, and I could feel how your power increased. Izuku, did you feel it? Fafnir, that's right, it was a very similar feeling to when you used the Juggernaut drive, but I assume this is their version of the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Drake, yes, my partner and I were able to reach this level after he used his own true dragon powers to give him energy instead of his life energy. So in this state he can become stronger than the Juggernaut drive. Izuku, hey Drake, I have a question. What percentage of my body is that of a dragon right now? Drake, your human parts were severely damaged when that guy activated his quirk on you, and by using the Cardinal your transformation accelerated to replace the damaged parts, so now your body is 90% dragon. Izuku, that much? Surprised. Drake, under normal conditions it would have taken you years, even decades to reach that percentage, but in less than a year since you sacrificed your heart you have had many battles that made you overcome your limits, and this is the result. Congratulations, partner, you are very close to finishing your transformation. Izuku, thanks, confused I guess. Melissa, hey Izuku, changing the subject, I have a question. Earning a glance from Izuku and Shuko, why do you keep using the balance breaker? Izuku, WL blushes a little and stops talking. Shuko, Izuku? Seeing her boyfriend acting a little weird, what's wrong? Izuku, what happens is that taking a second to tell them, during my battle against Overhaul he threw me to the bottom of a big hole so that the whole place caught fire afterwards. Melissa, and? Izuku, I wasn't wearing my armor so my clothes were completely turned to ash. Shuko / Melissa blushes, imagining what she means. Shuko, you mean what, inside the armor? Blushes even more, remembering her nights of passion with her boyfriend. Are you naked? Izuku, why yes. Melissa, let's see, causing Izuku to blush more and earning Shuko's look with some anger. Shuko, hey. Somewhat angry, how can you say that in front of Eri? It doesn't matter that she's asleep. Besides, putting her arm around Izuku's neck to hug him, the only one who has the right to see him naked is me. Proclaiming while sticking her tongue out at Melissa to make fun of her a little. Melissa, I know, pouting while watching the couple hugging. I want to hug him too, at least, getting sad. Fafnir, speaking mentally to his partner, Melissa, don't give up, he's not a 100% dragon yet, you can still make him love you. Melissa, maybe, but I don't want to insist so much, I don't want to force him to love me. Hey Fafnir, could it be that I confused love with admiration? Fafnir, that's hard to say. From what you told me, he's the only one you know who can understand everything you went through when you were discriminated against for being quirkless. Besides saving your life and your father's, there's also the fact of your dragon genes that reacted when you first met him. Melissa, what do you think I should do? Fafnir, for now I guess you should wait for both you and him to finish turning into dragons, remembering something, and talking about that. I warn you from now on that it won't be long before you experience your first period of heat, causing a big blush in Melissa, although since it's your first time and you're not yet a complete dragon, I sense that you'll be able to control yourself. After those words, and now with a calmer atmosphere, the three teenagers began to talk about what happened in their respective battles, about how Shuko melted every wall in front of her to get to where Eri was. How Melissa had to fly at top speed to finish off all the nomas that were scattered across several cities, lamenting the fact of the lives she couldn't save and how she had decided to speed up the research with Mei to recreate the material that sacred gear is made of to make shelters in case a tragedy like the one that happened happens again. For his part, Izuku told them how he woke up in the infirmary and saw on the news everything that was happening and how he flew at maximum speed to arrive as soon as possible. He also told them about his meeting with Issei and Ophis, and that thanks to their words along with those of Drake he was able to reach his own version of the Cardinal Crimson promotion. But the most relevant topic was what was revealed to the world, how only the Quirkless were capable of using a sacred gear and how Ares' quirk was the key for people to use one again, and hence what he told everyone, and that, although it might sound like some threat, he hoped that would stop them from trying something against them, or the Quirkless. And so they continued for a few minutes until they finally reached their destination. Once they got to the academy, they immediately noticed how there weren't as many people as there used to be before, and although little by little more people were arriving, they still didn't have their usual numbers. People didn't say anything, everyone was just silent, and in the middle of it, applause began to be heard coming from their friends. That spread and everyone immediately began to celebrate the victory against the Yakuza. UA Academy. Kirishima. With some bandages, welcome back. Happy we knew you would make it. Ida. We all watched his battles on TV in a wheelchair due to his broken leg. Mineta. That guy with the crow mask was a real monster. Shivering, remembering everything he saw. Uraraka. They were all amazing. Lightly punching the air. Todoroki. Your flames seem to have no limits. Jiro. Showing his phone. Several people are already uploading their videos to their social networks about how Melissa saved them from those gnomes. Tokoemi. Midoriya looking closely at Izuku's armor. I admit that I was scared when you started saying that chant again, but when you changed it I felt calmer, and I must say that your power seems to have no limits. Izuku. Thanks, guys. Taking Shuko down from his arms. Shuko. Holding Eri in her arms, showing her mark to everyone. We couldn't allow that bastard to spend any more time with our little girl. Nizu. Young people arriving over. Present. Mixed shoulder. There are no words that can describe your great achievement. I think it is not an exaggeration to say that you saved the world from that threat. So as director and on behalf of the heroes I can only say, making a small bow, thank you very much. Raising his head and becoming serious. Now I would like to talk about being interrupted by a scream. Mei. Midoriya. Ignoring everyone and starting to see Izuku's armor everywhere. This design, those cannons you pulled out, those wings. Very excited. Everything is perfect. Shamelessly touching everywhere, earning glances from Shuko and Melissa. Please let me analyze it. Melissa. Taking Mei's hand away from Izuku. Then you can do that, dragging her inside the academy. How about I help you with your research to create that alloy similar to the sacred gear? Mei. Sure, let's go. Speeding up the pace. Power load. Sensei. I will honor your memory by creating those shelters so that when a catastrophe occurs, people can be safe. Smiling with some nostalgia. After all, as you taught me, our inventions are our way of also being heroes. Melissa. Turning her head to look at Shuko and then giving her a thumbs up. Shuko. Smiling. I owe you one this time. Melissa. Looking at her boyfriend Izuku. I'll take Eri to recovery. Could you bring me a change of clothes? Izuku. Sure. Giving him a kiss so that they both start walking in full view of everyone. It won't take long. Present Mike. Hey. Addressing Izuku. We haven't finished checking his bedroom yet. It could be dangerous, and you could get hurt. Realizing the huge stupidity he said when he saw how everyone was looking at him, embarrassed by it. I am sorry. Izuku. Don't worry, Sensei. Smiling. That just shows how much you also care about all of us. Continuing on your way to the dorms. UA Nursing Academy. Several minutes later. Izuku. I'm here. Entering with clothes on while holding Shuko's. Takes Shuko, handing her her clothes. Recovery girl. What's Eri's status? Shuko. Thanks. Izuku. Receiving the clothes and closing the curtain with him inside, starting to change. Recovery girl. Sitting on a chair next to her desk. Aren't you embarrassed to change in front of your boyfriend? Surprised by the couple's trust. Have you reached that level of your relationship yet? Calming down. Taking some papers with the results. The little girl is fine. According to the tests I did on her, they indicate that she is in perfect health. Izuku. Are you sure she doesn't have any injuries? Worried she was in the middle of that battlefield. Recovery girl. Calm down. First time. Dad. Smiling. He must really see her as his daughter. Listen, she is completely healthy. In fact, all her wounds and even some scars have faded. Putting her hand on her chin. This is just my hypothesis. But if her quirks is rewind and that villain forced her to use it, most likely part of its effects repaired her body. Shuko, opening the curtain already with her new clothes on, and why hasn't he woken up yet? Worried how long will he continue like this? Recovery girl, you two are really made for each other. Getting up from her chair and approaching both of them. Most likely she must just be extremely tired from everything that happened and wake up today or tomorrow. Handing her a sheet of paper with various foods. I created a special menu for her again. Have some of this ready for her. She will surely be really hungry after she wakes up. Izuku/Shuko, much calmer. Thank you very much, Recovery girl. Recovery girl, there's no problem, young people. It's the least we could do for you after what you did. Shuko, carrying Eri in her arms and resting her head on her shoulder. Can we take her now? Recovery girl, oh yes, sure. Whatever happens you can come to me. Izuku, thank you very much again. Recovery girl, opening the door for his wife and daughter to leave. Goodbye. UA Academy hallway. Shuko, walking calmly, arriving at the entrance of the main building. Izuku, I would like to put Eri to bed in a bed. How is our bedroom? Izuku, it wasn't that bad. When I was leaving I met Samenta-sensei, and he told me that he would check it and repair it immediately. Shuko, I see. Seeing many of the walls with several patches still unpainted. He must have been working very hard these 3 days. To leaving the main building, noticing a large number of people, among them some members of the press which the teachers were trying to get out. Oh no, how do they let anyone into the grounds of this academy? Izuku, I know. Noticing how they were taking photos just to extend a wing and cover Shuko and Eri. This school needs better security. Noticing how a helicopter was descending in front of them, causing everyone to move several meters away. And now what? Mirio, Midoriya. Slamming open the helicopter door. How is SHE? Getting out of the vehicle with all might. Nijire, Tamaki and Momo. Izuku, Togata-senpai smiling to contract his wing, revealing Shuko and a sleeping Eri in his arms. She is safe. Mirio, lowering his head, starting to cry silently, remaining completely still. All Might, young people, let's go with Recovery girl to take care of us. Remember that they only gave us first aid. Starting to walk, followed by his students, young Midoriya, young Todoroki. I have no words that can describe the pride I feel to see the new generation of heroes forming. Smiling, I am sure that with you two in front of everyone, you will be able to improve the world. Passing by them, seeing Eri, she is lucky to have wonderful parents. Tamaki, being helped by Nijire to walk. We finally finished. That was really scary. Passing by the couple, seeing Eri sleeping, but it was worth it. Smiling. Nijire, I wanted to go with Ryukyu, pouting as she followed her teacher, but you're right, doing the same as her friend, it was completely worth it. Momo, tonight you have to tell me everything that happened, okay? Walking very tired behind everyone, stopping to pet Eri. I promised you that I would protect you, and this time I will be able to do it. Smiling, after all, the most important thing is to protect the family first. Walking away. Shuko, smiling, looking at Eri. Everyone did their best to rescue you. Looking at Mirio, who was still crying silently, some more than others, whispering to her boyfriend Izuku, before you arrived, Overhaul used Eri's quirk on Togata-senpai. Izuku, does that mean that the Shuko, yes, he lost his quirk. Izuku, Togata-senpai feeling bad. I'm sorry I didn't get to stop Overhaul sooner. Mirio, don't apologize, raising his head, showing a radiant smile. I don't regret anything. Looking at the family in front of him, the fact that she is safe is more than enough for me. Izuku, about to say something when he hears screams coming from the crowd behind them. Extra people, scared. What is that thing? How did it appear without us noticing? Izuku, activating the boosted gear. Togata-senpai, stay next to Shuko while I taking a few steps forward. Drake, partner, wait, calling the attention of everyone who heard them. This presence is not that of any enemy, on the contrary, it is an old acquaintance. A few seconds later, people stepped aside, making way for the person who had arrived. The creature walked with its head held high, its steps were slow but firm. Everyone could only remain silent while the creature had someone in its sights, and with great pride headed straight towards him. Mirio, a lion, impressed by seeing who was in front of him. Golden. Drake, wow, I didn't think we'd see each other again. Regulus. Drake said the same thing. Izuku, do you know him? Drake, yes, he is another sacred gear, and like me, he contains the soul of the Lion King Regulus Nemia, impressing everyone with what he had revealed. Mirio, a sacred gear? Drake, I assume that like Fafnir you could sense when my current partner used the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Is that why you are here? Regulus, yes, I felt it and even saw it. Izuku Shuko Mirio, was he watching the battle against Overhaul? Regulus, but the first time I could feel that there was a new sekiryuutei was when I used the Juggernaut drive, but that's not why I came. Shuko, then why are you here? Approaching Mirio. Regulus, to meet my new partner, staring at Mirio. Mirio, me? Looking around confused only to point at himself, why me? Regulus, since I felt that there was a new sekiryuutei, I also wanted to have a partner, but I wouldn't accept just anyone. That's why I started observing humans in search of someone who might be worthy, and by pure chance I saw and heard you talk 3 days ago about the rescue of that girl, looking at Eri for a second and then looking back at Mirio, and after seeing you on the battlefield I've decided, you are worthy of being my partner. Now could you tell me your name? Mirio, and my name is Mirio Togata, not knowing how to react, but I don't understand. Why do you think I'm worthy? Regulus, because you showed your great value to everyone on that battlefield. But more importantly, despite losing your power, it was not the same with your will and determination, which were unwavering, and you defended your ideas despite the possible consequences. Having a clearly happy tone, you remind me so much of my old partner. Drake, I had that impression too the first time we saw him. Izuku, sensing something, let me guess, Togata-senpai is his descendant? Regulus, no, looking at the sky with a feeling of nostalgia. When the magic disappeared, I returned to my original form of a battle axe, and Serorg, who managed to survive, always kept me by his side until his last years of life. In all that time I could never talk to him again. But I could see him, and even though he did manage to find a good woman to marry, they never had children. Looking at Mirio again, although the bloodline has disappeared, you have a will as strong as his. That's why I ask you, Mirio Togata, do you want to be partners? Mirio, I not knowing what to answer, looking at Izuku, who only nodded with a slight smile. I accept. Regulus, excellent, for now let's go get your wounds treated, then we'll start your training so you can withstand my power. Dragging Mirio inside the academy before the astonished gazes of everyone. Unknown location, at that very moment. Jotaro, let me go, damn you! Locked in a cell, immobilized with handcuffs. AFO, I knew you were hiding something from me. Holding the Quirk Evolver in his hands, but I never thought it would be something as interesting as this. Smiling sinisterly, the doctor will have a lot of fun trying to figure out how to recreate it. Jotaro, you bastard! Trying to sunbathe without success. We had a deal. AFO, ha ha ha, as if that matters to men like us. You lost your position in the Heroes Commission, and now you lost your only card you could use. As far as I'm concerned, you're no longer of any use to me. Jotaro, what about that idiot Bakugo? Trying to get away somehow he could obey me. AFO, stop, this is not funny anymore, it's pathetic, and regarding that brat, we have him sedated so he doesn't cause problems until I know what to do with him. But don't worry, it's not as if you're not completely useful to me, you know, widening that smile even more, scaring Jotaro. I already know what I can do with you. Jotaro, what are you going to do to me? Shaking slightly. AFO, after Endeavor's death, the doctor came up with several ideas on how to improve the Nomus. Unfortunately, with their basic regeneration quirk, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. But you, turning his head, pointing directly at Jotaro's eyes, the one whose regeneration is superior to anyone else's will surely be able to withstand it. Appearing behind him, a medium-sized Nomu takes our dear volunteer to the laboratory. Jotaro, stop! Trying to uselessly resist the Nomu's drag, don't do it. Leaving the room. AFO, turning his head towards the League. Well done, Toga. You were able to discover what that guy was hiding. Toga, not only do I have that with teary eyes for twice sacrifice, I also have this. Taking one of the bullets with Ares' blood out of his pocket before meeting twice, I stole one of these things that seemed important, handing it to AFO. Apparently this bullet has the blood of that brat who rewinds DNA. AFO, great. Excited with this, all that's left is for Kurogyri to find that operation to implant a sacred gear so he can use the power of the celestial dragon. Toga, I don't care about that. I with great anger in his gaze, all I want is to kill that damn Yayorozu. Shigaraki, leaving the room silently and entering where Albion's wings were. Albion, wow, I didn't think you'd be back so quickly. Feeling his presence, Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, staying silent for a few seconds. I was thinking about what you told me. Albion, so what? Shigaraki, we lost one of our own, and the maest clenching his fists, all for one doesn't seem to care in the least. Even that damn crazy woman suffered his loss, that's why I want you to tell me everything you know. Albion, very good. UA Academy Gym, next day, morning. Mizu, I welcome everyone present on a large platform in front of all the students and teachers. I called you all to this place to tell you some of the changes we will have to deal with from now on. As you can see just by turning your heads to the sides, we are not even half of those who were once here. With great regret and pain, I have to inform you that the Yakuza attack against us not only caused multiple damages to several of our structures, several of our colleagues and friends lost their lives not only on the spot, but some of them also died in the middle of their surgeries in the hospitals to which they were sent. Some of the names you will surely remember are those of the teachers number 13 and the students Yuga Oyama, Koji Koda, Hanta Siro, Senkai Bara, Shihai Kawaro, Kinoko Komori, and Poni Tsunatori, to whom we send our most humble condolences to their families. But that's not all. Some students from all departments, in a decision that we must respect, have decided to leave the academy and focus on another profession. So we have made the decision to bring together all the members of the remaining classes, and from this moment on there will only be one class per department of heroism in all years, and the other departments were equally reduced. I also want to inform you that for security reasons classes will be suspended for a month in order to thoroughly review the different buildings and exponentially improve security thanks to the help of Shield Industries. Listen, young people, we may be going through our darkest moment right now, but I want you to remember that it is during the darkest moments that we must focus on seeing the light. Causing several to secretly see Izuku remembering part of his new chant. It is special if it is the crimson light. That would be all for now. You may now leave. UA Academy main building, several minutes later. Ida, heading with his companions to the dormitories. I still can't believe everything that villain caused, walking slowly with a crutch. Kaminari, you're not even saying it. Old man, remembering the transmission, it still scares me to remember that thing. Tsuyu, with a bandage on her tongue preventing her from speaking, only communicating with her phone. It's better not to talk about that topic for the moment. Writing something she forgot. Kero. Jiro, hey, who do you think our new companions are? Kirishima, thinking for several seconds. I don't know, we haven't seen much of those from Class B, but I would like this Tetsu. Jiro, do you mean your twin brother? Kirishima, yeah, realizing hey, he and I don't look alike. Jiro, but they are identical, haha. Izuku, since when are those two such good friends? Momo, since Kirishima saved her from receiving a strong blow from one of the Yakuzas, but more importantly, how is Eri? Shuko, still asleep, looking at her phone. According to Recovery Girl, she should wake up today. Uraraka, peeking, looking at Shuko's phone. Are they watching her right now? Izuku, yes, between Melissa and Momo they helped us last night to install a security and surveillance system in case none of us are with her. Uraraka, I see. Hey, I have a question. Now that you have publicly recognized her as your daughter, do you plan to legally adopt her? Shuko, of course. Smiling, taking Izuku by the hand. In fact, I wanted to ask you a favor, Momo. Could you talk to your parents so they can help us? Momo, of course. Having an idea with one condition, gaining everyone's curiosity. I asked to be Eri's godmother. Izuku, haha, done, about to arrive when they see a blonde woman running towards them in the distance. Wow, it's been a long time since I saw her. Melissa, do you know her? Izuku, yes, she is. Mitsuki, Izuku. Arriving in front of everyone, very tired from running. Finally, I found you. Izuku, what do you need from me, Mrs. Bakugo? Everyone surprised. Bakugo's mother? Mitsuki, Izuku, this is terrible. Noticeably worried. I just found out that the director of the Hero Commission, Jutaro, had a direct connection with that villain, all for one. surprising everyone who didn't know either. Izuku, so that's what your assistant meant by not trusting Jotaro, so? What's up with that? Mitsuki, Katsuki left with him. Surprising Izuku, he arrived after he was expelled from the academy, saying that he had the means for him to recover his hands and that he could still become a hero. Surprising everyone again and making Izuku a little angry, but when the news was known there was no trace of the director or my son. Shuko, with a frown, why don't you tell the heroes so they can take care of it? Mitsuki, you looking closely at Shuko, I understand that my son wanted to force you to marry him just to continue tormenting Izuku, but looking back at Izuku only to kneel down and put his head on the ground begging him please rescue him. Starting to cry, I'm so sorry for having failed as a mother. I know I failed to raise him well, but please save my son. Izuku, seeing Mitsuki begging him, so that's what she looked like. Shuko, Izuku squeezing his hand, sensing what he meant. Mitsuki, huh? Raising his head, seeing Izuku's serious look, what do you mean? Izuku, that's how my mother must have looked every time she begged you to stop your bastard son from torturing me. Clearly angry, listen to me well, Mrs. Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo is no longer a child. And if he decided to go with that corrupt man, he must take responsibility for his actions. Starting to walk, leaving Mitsuki behind still on the ground. The time we fought, I told him clearly, the next time he wants to fight me, or does any kind of harm to my friends, my wife, or my daughter, stopping for a second to stare at her, I would kill him. Walking away from the woman who did nothing but cry. Mitsuki, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for failing as a mother, repentantly crying on the floor all alone. UA Academy dormitories. Uraraka, entering the building with everyone, that was something. Izuku, let's not talk about that, okay? Being accepted by everyone, better tell me what you plan to do in the free month we have. Ida, I plan to go home and let my leg finish recovering. Kaminari, I still have tickets for a concert that will be in 3 weeks. Looking at Jiro, do you want to go with me? Jiro, no thanks, causing pain in Kaminari's chest. Also, how can you think about a concert after everything that's happened? Izuku, well, it's not that bad making everyone look at him, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't feel empathy for people looking at all his friends, it's just that I feel that we have to enjoy these moments of calm so that we remember why we keep fighting. Shuko, smiling, I think the same, having an idea. This month I would like to take Eri to see many places, like the beach, for example, whispering something to Izuku so I could show you my new swimsuit that I got before meeting Eri. Tsuyu, typing on her phone, talking about the beach, gaining everyone's attention. Todoroki-chan, what is that mark on your waist? Is it some kind of tattoo? Rewriting something she forgot. Kero. Shuko, WLI, blushes as she remembers that everyone must have seen her. Izuku, he also blushing, how about if better? Fafner, that is the mark that the sekiryuutei leaves when he has relations with a female who genuinely loves him, causing the whole place to fall completely silent, while the couple looked like strawberries from how red they were. Melissa, Fafner, why are you revealing something so personal? Angry. Fafner, I'm sorry, Melissa, but it's my way of getting revenge for all the times she's bothered you, and it's not like you don't want to bear her mark too. Melissa, well, yes, blushes too, but you don't have to tell everyone. Angry with embarrassment, silly. After that revelation, the girls did nothing but look at Shuko, who, although they denied it, wanted to ask her how she felt. For their part, the men looked at Izuku with some admiration, while Kaminari cried some blood on the floor for the tremendous luck his friend had, and Mineta tried to control himself so as not to fall into his old self, remembering his oath to leave women aside until becoming a professional hero. And having no other choice and obviously keeping many details to themselves, Izuku not only revealed the meaning of their marks, but also showed his own by lifting the cuff of his shirt. Immediately everyone had a feeling of envy for the couple, since after all, finding genuine love at such a young age is something never seen before. Only in novels and movies. Aizawa, entering the bedroom with Mandalay, I already told you, Shino, that I'm fine. Mandalay, and I already told you that until you are completely healed I would spend more time by your side, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Shota, noticing the looks of the students, blushing a little. Hello, young people. Aizawa, I see that you are all looking at them with his only eye. Well, I will say this at once. We still do not have a complete list of the members that will make up the only class of heroes from now on. Looking at the screen of his phone, until now the ones we have confirmed are the following: Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Ibara Shiozaki, Tetsu and Setsuna Tokage. Kirishima, yes. Clearly excited. Jiro, looking at him, I knew it, smiling. Aizawa, the others have not yet decided if they want to continue in this academy. I also have to tell you that Shino will be one of the new teachers who offered to teach them. Not being more, I will go to my room. I need to sleep. Moving away from everyone and then turning around and seeing Izuku Midoriya. One last thing, smiling lightly, surprising everyone for seeing his teacher do that for the first time. You did a good job. I'm proud that you are my student. Walking away without waiting for an answer. Mandalay, well, I also have to tell you that I will stay in this dormitory when classes resume. Looking at the couple Midoriya. If you have any questions about how to take care of that little one, don't hesitate to ask me for help. After all, I have some experience taking care of Koda. Izuku, thank you very much. Mandalay, smiling, remembering something Aizawa told him during his internship. And speaking of Koda, tell him that he can come see me whenever he wants. Mandalay, haha, I'll tell him. After all, he swears he's your biggest fan. Going to her boyfriend's room. I'll see you guys later. Uraraka, you know, seeing that he was no longer there, I'm still surprised that the two of them are a couple. I said it more because of Aizawa-sensei's personality. Shuko, it may be, but taking Izuku's hand, it was the same with my personality before our thing. Izuku, hee happy. How about we prepare those recipes for Eri when she wakes up? Shuko, sure. Asterisk, dragging him to the kitchen? With that said, everyone went to their respective rooms to decide what they would do in the entire month they had off. In Ida's case, who already knew he would return home, he began to pack his clothes and his exaggerated amount of spare glasses. In Momo's case, she called her parents and explained the favor that Shuko asked of her, to which they accepted, but to give them some time due to the things that were happening. They hadn't spent half an hour when there was a knock on the bedroom door, and Shuko, being the one closest to the door, was the one who opened it, running into All Might, who was pushed aside very easily by Rei, who upon seeing her daughter rushed to hug her, who couldn't react when Fuyumi, pushing All Might to the other side again, also rushed to hug her little sister. Shuko, Mom, Fuyumi? Hugging back. What are you doing here? Confused. Rei, how can you say that? Separating from the hug a little, noticing that she was crying after seeing you fight with that monster. You had us extremely worried. Fuyumi, imitating her mother. It's true, Shuko. Didn't it even occur to you to leave us a message? Starting to scold her. We know you have a grudge, but we still worry about you. You know? Shuko, I am sorry, regretful. A lot of things happened and I was keeping an eye on Eri. Rei, speaking of her, calming down a bit. If both you and Izuku see her as a daughter, that means lowering his head. Shuko / Fuyumi, confused. Mom? Rei, excited that she's my granddaughter. Taking Shuko by the shoulders. Where is she? I want to meet her. Izuku, she's in my room. Leaving the kitchen. She shouldn't be long in waking up. Looking at his girlfriend. I've already finished preparing some dishes for her. Why don't you come in and wait for her to wake up? That way, apart from us being the first ones she sees, she can also see that she now has a family that loves her. Smiling. Shuko, I like that idea, guiding them through the bedroom. It's this way. All Might, young Midoriya, making his presence known. Izuku, All Might? Sorry, I didn't see you. All Might, don't worry, I just came to tell you that the director called you, and it was when I was coming here that I met them. Izuku, I see. Looking at his family. I'll go see what the director wants to tell me. I won't be long. Walking to the door. Shuko, it's okay, smiling as she takes her family to meet Eri. Izuku, are you coming, All Might? All Might, no. Young Midoriya, sitting on the living room couch. I'm still tired from that battle, and I only came here because the director said it was important. Izuku, I understand. Rest. Closing the bedroom door. UA Academy dormitory, Izuku's room. Shuko, opening the door and entering, seeing Eri still asleep, and there she is, smiling. Isn't she cute? Rei, why yes, holding back the urge not to scream because of how cute she looked. Fuyumi, entering last to close the door. She is really very pretty, approaching the bed to caress her head, and with her white hair it is as if she were my biological niece. Smiling. Rei, Let's see if this will encourage you to have your own child, looking at her eldest daughter. Fuyumi, okay, Mom, a little embarrassed, you know I haven't had any luck with boys. Ray, we'll talk about that later. But first, getting a little serious, looking at Shuko, honey, the truth is that we came here to tell you two things, sitting on the bed also caressing Eri. Shuko, tell me, confused, did something happen? Fuyumi, to begin with, all of us are going to move to another house, surprising her sister, that's why Natsuo didn't come. He's finishing signing the contracts, it's on Naba Island. We followed your advice when Endeavor disappeared, saying with some difficulty, and we believe that it's the best for everyone after what happened with Toya, remembering with bitterness the video that he transmitted in Endeavor's attack. Ray, that's the other matter I wanted to talk to you about, stopping caressing Eri to take both of Shuko's hands and squeeze them gently. I fully understand all the actions that Toya has committed as a villain, starting to cry. I am aware that he is part of the League of Villains and of all the people he has killed, squeezing his daughters. Hands a little tighter, I am aware that this is an extremely selfish request, but staying silent for a few seconds if you get to see him and feel that he may still have a chance to return to our side, please give it to him. Shuko, seeing her mother crying, remembering Bakugo's mother, I'll try. UA Academy Principal's office, several minutes later. Izuku, knocking on the door, hearing him pass. Good morning, Director. Did you want to tell me something? Seeing that inside were not only Nizu, also Edge Shot and Haruto, who still had several bandages all over his body. Sensei? That corrupt director's assistant? Haruto, hello, two red dots appearing on his hand. Vitra, it's not just them. Drake, the gem appears in Izuku's hand, so you're back too, Vitra. Vitra, yes, just like you, I also have a new partner. Izuku, you know? Seeing that, I'm not even surprised that another sacred gear appears on someone I know. Seeing Nizu, and what did you want to tell me, Director? Nizu, several things, young Midoriya. The first is to thank you again for having saved so many people from that threat that Overhaul represented. Getting serious also, that what he revealed to the world. That only the Quirkless can use a sacred gear, and that little area is the only one with the ability to make people Quirkless, has unleashed several changes for good and possibly for bad in the world. Izuku, getting serious, and what would they be? Nizu, many countries are beginning to sign laws to combat discrimination towards Quirkless, giving them the same rights in every sense, among which is Japan. Unfortunately, not all are doing that, and it doesn't seem like they want to do it, so we must be aware of their movements in case they want to commit some atrocity. Izuku, I understand, clenching his fists, I will be on the lookout for that matter. Nizu, I guess you must have already found out, but the director of the Hero Commission, Jutaro, had direct connections not only with All for One, but also with Overhaul, and it was Jutaro himself who supplied him with the financial resources for his scientific research. Izuku, you mean how that bastard tortured my daughter? Scaring Haruto for what they might say to him. Nizu, analyzing the situation, you're right. I retract. Looking at Haruto, it was thanks to his testimony that we were able to discover all these things. Unfortunately, when the attempt to tell you was discovered by Jutaro and he was torturing him to find out what he told you, and it wasn't until Edge Shot infiltrated the commission that he rescued him, almost on the verge of death. Edge Shot, his injuries were too serious, and I had to let Jutaro go so I could take him to the hospital. Bowing, I'm sorry. Izuku, don't worry, Sensei, I'm sure you had no other choice. Looking at Haruto, and thank you very much for trying to tell me. I'm sorry for everything you went through to do it. Haruto, don't worry. Izuku, is that all? Looking at Nizu. Nizu, I'm afraid not, reading his computer screen, apparently due to the news that a new sacred gear has appeared in Japan and chose the young Togata as its bearer. The United States has demanded that the Japanese government either hand over any other sacred gear that appears, or swallowing saliva at what he would say, hand over the girl to keep her safe. Izuku, releasing an intense aura, suffocating everyone present without being able to do anything. Damn misfortunes. Do you think I'll believe that damn crap of keeping her safe? If you just touch a single hair of her, I'll destroy your entire nation. Drake, calm down, mate. Trying to reason with him, this is not what you really want. It's your dragon instincts trying to eliminate any threat to its offspring. Izuku, I breathing quickly, trying to calm down. Why, you're right, stopping emitting that aura. I am sorry. Nizu, Don't worry, sweating from how scared he was. It's understandable that you want to protect someone from your family. Izuku, anything else I should know? Nizu, no surprising. Edge shot and Haruto, that would be all, young man. And regarding the government's response, they flatly declined those requests, arguing that they would not hand over any of their citizens, and that regarding the delivery of the sacred gear, they said that they could not control who they chose, giving as an example that of the young Togata listening to someone knocking on the door. Go ahead. Fuyumi, excuse me for intruding, opening the door slowly. Haruto blushes at the sight of the woman who had just arrived. How beautiful. Izuku, hey Fuyumi, don't worry, what's wrong? Fuyumi, I just came to say goodbye. My mom and I have to go pack for the move. Izuku, are you moving? Do you need help carrying something heavy? Fuyumi, don't worry, and thanks for offering, but it's not necessary. Smiling, we don't want to always depend on you. Izuku, I understand. Would you at least let me take you to your house? Fuyumi, you already won. Confusing him. When we were leaving the dorm, we ran into All Might, and he already offered us a ride in his car. Seeing Izuku's face, and before you say anything about his arm, he told us that his car has autopilot, and my mom already accepted. Smiling, thanks for offering. Looking at him a little seriously, but you shouldn't go too far away in case Eri wakes up and wants to see you. Izuku, I understand. Looking at the director, if that's all, can I go now? Nizu, of course, young man, and don't worry, I will keep you informed of all those matters. Izuku, thank you. Leaving the office with Fuyumi. Vitra, speaking to her bearer, what are you waiting for? Go to her and introduce yourself. Haruto, but Vitra, listen, they're clearly not going to tell her yet, so you don't have to do anything here anymore. Take advantage of this moment and introduce yourself to that woman. Don't be like your ancestor who lost the race to win the heart of the first girl he became interested in with the sekiryuutei of that time. Haruto, I think you're right. Making a decision, director. If we're done here, then I'm leaving. Opening the office door. I'll trust your decision of when to tell him. Closing the office, going to introduce himself to that woman who captivated him. Edge shot. Left alone with Nizu. Director, why didn't he tell him what happened with him being silenced by the director? Nizu, wait, pressing a button under his desk. Ready now, no one will hear us. Edge shot. Why didn't he tell him that his mother, that Inko Midoriya, was tortured by the former director Jotaro? Nizu, getting extremely serious. You saw how he reacted when he found out that they wanted to take the girl away. He threatened to destroy an entire nation just because of that. Now how do you think he'll react if he finds out what really happened to his mother? Searching for information on his computer. I don't think he's ready to hear that news. Edge shot. He has a right to know. Plus, he has Drake's wisdom to advise him. Nizu, wisdom is not equal to maturity. Stopping searching. Listen. Young Midoriya is a hero. He is the hope for a better future. That is something I will never deny. But everyone is forgetting one detail. Staring at the hero, he is only 15 years old. The weight he wants to carry on his back is too much, even for him. And it is worse because of what he told the world. Edge shot. What does that mean? Nizu, see for yourself. Turning his computer screen for the hero to read the news. Edge shot. Different governments began to massively move their troops into different ruins in various parts of the world. Groups of Quirkless, motivated by the words of the sekiryuutei, are starting revolts in different areas of the world. Apparently their main motive is revenge for how they were treated. The heroes and the authorities fear retaliation if they hurt them. The world's economy could be severely affected because all the cheap labor workers were Quirkless, and they are demanding better working conditions. Nizu, seeing how Edge shot was speechless. Do you see it now? While his actions were noble, changes must be made gradually. Letting out a big sigh. What worries me most is that several governments are interested in searching for some sacred gear in those ruins, or that they find information about the supernatural era that could bring another misfortune to this world. Turning his chair, looking out the window as Izuku left Fuyumi's side, who was talking to Haruto. Maybe they will hate me for hiding that information from them, but I firmly believe that he is not ready to know yet. Chapter 48. A Beautiful Dream. UA Academy Dormitory. Izuku, walking somewhat angrily towards the door. I have to tell Shuko that we can't leave Eri alone for a single moment without someone trustworthy watching her. Entering the bedroom, I have to protect her at all costs. Stopping thinking when greeted by a warm hug. Eri, Daddy! leaving the kitchen to jump into Izuku's arms. Where were you? I looked for you everywhere, making a cute pout. I wanted to see you as soon as I woke up. Shuko. It's true, following her, she woke up 5 minutes ago, and the first thing she wanted was to see you while everyone gathered to watch Asterisk. Izuku. Happy, I'm glad you woke up, hugging her. I'm sorry I wasn't there, but the director called me to tell me something's taking her from his arms, but more importantly, are you hungry? Eri. No, shaking her head. Mommy already gave me some food, it was delicious. Holding her dress a little tightly. Daddy. Izuku. Yes? Confused. What's wrong? Smiling at him. Eri. I, shedding small tears of happiness. Thank you so much for saving me. Thank you so much for giving me such delicious food every day. Looking at Shuko for a second as she approached her, but more than anything taking her parents' hands. Thank you so much for loving me. Crying with happiness for having escaped from that nightmare. Shuko, smiling, looking at Izuku for a second and then looking at her. There's nothing to be thankful for, darling, bending down to hug her. We're doing all of this because we love you and we won't let anything bad happen to you ever again. Izuku, Shuko is right, bending down to hug them both. I will not let anything bad happen to my family, remembering the director's words and imagining his mother's face. I will not let it happen again. And with that cute scene was how little Eri returned again to the lives of everyone in the dorms. Immediately everyone approached Eri to give her a quality welcome again. Everyone was gathered at the dining table telling several stories to Eri so that she could get to know them better while they ate some apples. But the little girl realized something, and that is that Tokoimi was alone lying against a wall. The reason he did not integrate was so as not to scare little Eri with his appearance. But to everyone's surprise, it was Eri herself who approached him and extended her hand for him to join them. And when offering her an apple, Dark Shadow came out to receive her. Everyone thought she would be scared by that, since it was the first time she saw him, but to everyone's surprise, that never happened again. On the contrary, she got excited when she saw him and began to caress his beak, causing tenderness because of the scene they were starring in. Kirishima. Hey guys, what are you guys planning to do starting tomorrow? Jiro. My father insists that I go visit them, even though I already told them that I'm fine, he insists. Uraraka. My parents were hired to repair the damage caused by that battle, so I will go with them tomorrow to help them using my quirk. Smiling. Melissa. I will stay here at the academy. I promised May that I would help her recreate the material that the sacred gear is made of to build those shelters, remembering something. In fact, my father signed a contract with her to work together once we finish. Momo. I'll have to stay here for a few days finishing the paperwork for our new classmates. Kirishima. Isn't that a lot? Momo. Yes, but luckily I have you as an assistant, remember? Giving him a macabre smile, making Kirishima tremble knowing what awaits him, causing everyone to laugh. Oh, by the way, looking at Izuku Midoriya. My parents told me they wanted to talk to you and if you could go tomorrow. Izuku. Sure, I have no problem. Thinking for a second. In fact, I think I could go help Uraraka lift the rubble first, and once we're done, I'll go see them, making Uraraka happy for receiving help. Momo. Happy, perfect, I'll send them a message. Eri. Daddy, what about us? Holding Shuko by the shirt. Are we going to stay here? Shuko. Don't worry honey, stroking her head. Now that you're awake, I'll take you tomorrow to meet my mom and my brothers. They came today, but you were still asleep. What do you think? Eri. My mommy's mommy? Excited I do. After that the day was over, and while Melissa played with Eri to distract her, Izuku took the opportunity to tell everyone the words of Director Nizu and how the United States had made that ridiculous request, so everyone agreed to keep an eye on the little girl when they are with her, and that she is never completely alone. The next morning, keeping his word, Izuku and Uraraka flew directly towards what was once a city. Upon arrival, they took not only their parents, but also several dozen volunteers who were helping to clear the rubble from the streets. Upon seeing them arrive, they felt completely silent. No one made even the slightest noise until, just like what happened at the academy, everyone began to applaud and congratulate him on his victory. Uraraka, next to Izuku. Wow, things have really changed, don't you think? Izuku. Yes, remembering how everyone used to boo him and now they cheer him on, but I'm sure that many do it out of fear that he might do something to them. Smiling. But also, I'm sure that not everyone is like that, especially little children. And they are the ones I want to bring my message to. Uraraka. Confused. Why them? Izuku, because, even though children can be very cruel remembering his days in kindergarten, they only imitate and replicate their parents' behavior. Looking at his friend, tell me, when you were a child, did your parents tell you about the Quirkless? Uraraka, now that you mention it, you're right. Remembering her childhood, they taught me that every person deserves respect regardless of whether they were born with a quirk or not. Izuku, you see, smiling, that's why if they learn to tolerate and respect others regardless of their differences, there really can be a better future. Mrs. Uraraka, or a glorious tomorrow arriving behind them accompanied by her husband. That was what you said before finishing off that villain, right? Izuku, well, yes. He looking at the couple in front of him, I assume they must be Uraraka's parents, right? Extending his hand, nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. Mr. Uraraka, I don't think there's anyone in this world who doesn't know who you are, boy, reciprocating the greeting, but the pleasure is ours. Mrs. Uraraka, since we learned that you were the one who saved our daughter from that incident at the USJ, we wanted to thank you, bowing slightly next to her husband. Izuku, you don't have to do that, moving his hands from side to side, making them stand up, and it is not necessary for you to thank me. Looking at Ochako, Uraraka was one of the first people who did not discriminate against me just for being quirkless, smiling, that is why I consider her as one of my best friends. Uraraka, smiling at those words while giving him a thumbs up. Izuku, well, the truth is that I don't have much time, so I'm going to start helping move some rubble, moving away from the family and lifting a gigantic piece of rubble very easily, surprising everyone. Mrs. Uraraka, next to her daughter, watching Izuku walk away with the rubble. He is a good boy, who unfortunately has suffered a lot. Ochako, yes, smiling, that's why he's so incredible. Despite everything he's been through, his desire to be a hero and do the right thing is greater than anyone else's. Mrs. Uraraka, it's a shame he already has a girlfriend, confusing her husband. Daughter, I would have loved to have him as a son-in-law. Mr. Uraraka, not liking that comment, what are you saying? Ochako is still too young to. Ochako, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in him at first, interrupting her father and surprising them both, but since the sports festival we could all see how he and Todoroki were attracted to each other, smiling, that's why I decided not to get in the way of his happiness. And the fact of being one of his best friends is more than enough for me. Moving away from her parents, well, I also came here to help with the rubble, using her quirk on several rubble and taking them away from the place. Mr. Uraraka, next to his wife Honey. Mrs. Uraraka, yes? Looking at her daughter with a big smile. Mr. Uraraka, we did an excellent job raising Ochako, seeing his wife nod her head, well, let's get back to work too. And with those words everyone went back to their work, which in a few hours was almost completely reduced thanks to Izuku and Ochako, who thanks to their strength and their quirk managed to clear the largest debris, only leaving the smallest ones which the dozens of volunteers could take care of. And when Izuku was about to leave, Uraraka's parents, as a thank you, gave him their card and told him that for everything he has done for them and their daughter, do not hesitate to call them if he ever wanted to build something, that they would make sure it was of the best quality possible. And with that said, Izuku flew towards the Yayorozu mansion, being seen by the Uraraka family, especially by Ochako, who was happy to have spent some time with her best friend. Yayorozu mansion, Great Hall, 1 hour later. Izuku, this tea is delicious, leaving the cup on the table. Now I understand why Yayorozu loves it so much. This really relaxes you. I'm glad you like it, Midoriya-kun, smiling. Ruji, we know you must be busy with your new daughter, that's why we'll try not to delay you too much. Izuku, I appreciate it, so what did you want to talk to me about? Ruji, to start off getting a little serious, do you know the response of the different quirkless groups to the words you said in front of the cameras? Izuku, yes, getting equally serious. My classmate Melissa told me about that, taking another sip of her tea. The truth is that wasn't my intention, all I wanted was for people to leave the quirkless alone. Ruji, we know, Midoriya-kun, that's why we called you. We want to help you so that this does not continue to happen. Izuku, what should I do? Ruji, we've been thinking about it, and we think it's best for you to speak to the whole world again and explain that what you really want is for people to be able to understand each other, and not be divided more than they already are. Izuku, thinking for a second, I think they're right. Cheer up a little, Midoriya-kun, Not all is bad news getting his attention. Momo told us that you and your girlfriend wanted to legally adopt little Eri, right? Seeing how Izuku attended well, we were making some calls and we can help you with that. Izuku, really? Happy, thank you very much. Ryuji, we managed to reduce many of the requirements so that you can adopt her, but there are 2 that are mandatory, although they should not be a problem for you. Izuku, and what would it be? AI. The first is that they must have a residence where they live. Unfortunately, the academy dormitories do not count. Izuku, I understand. Shuko's parents sold their house and moved to Nabu Island, and from what I know, their house only has rooms for them, and I still have the apartment that used to be my mother's. But staying silent for a few seconds, I really wouldn't like to live there. Ryuji, I understand. We know it can be hard for you having an idea. You could also have one built. I have the contact of a good construction company if you want it. Izuku, thanks for remembering Uraraka's parents, but I already have someone in mind for that. What is the second requirement? AI, well, the second requirement is that you and your girlfriend, smiling at him a little mischievously, are married, or at least engaged, making Izuku blush a little. I love weddings, so make sure to send us an invitation when they do. Izuku, I don't think the marks count for this. Letting out a sigh, having a new house and being married? Laughing a little, despite being the sekiryuutei, I don't have any money to do that. Ryuji, and that's where I come in. Putting his hands on his pacho, getting Izuku's attention. I can help you. Is that Midoriya-kun, taking a small sheet of paper out of his suit and placing it on the table. This is a contract to manage your entire image. That would give my company the right to make movies, collectible figures, posters, television series. Plus, it would be the perfect way for people who still don't trust you to start changing that negative image they have of you. Bringing the contract closer to Izuku along with a pen. Izuku, reading the contract, getting scared at the last part. Ryuji-san, don't you think that's a lot of money? Ryuji, not at all. The percentage I'm offering you is fair for you, so what do you say? Izuku, with this I could afford everything necessary to meet the requirements and legally adopt Eri. Drake, scared, thinking only to himself, please, don't let what happened with Issei happen again. I've seen how that Damape Dragon song was directed towards that edge shot, and I don't want to be linked to it again. Izuku, thinking for several seconds, I accept, causing immense joy in Ryuji and great fear in Drake, but I have a condition. Ryuji, of course, tell me? Izuku, I want the image of my partner to be treated with the utmost respect, causing great astonishment in those present. Especially Drake. After all, I made a deal with Drake which consisted of, in exchange for helping me control his power, I would help him so that people would remember him with the respect that he once had many centuries ago. Drake, feeling very happy with his current career. Ryuji, thinking for a few seconds, it's a pity, the children seem to like that Ape Dragon song. The good thing is that the hero Edge Shot also signed this contract and did not ask for that condition. Extending his hand towards Izuku, who reciprocated. Done. I will send them to modify the contract so that you can sign it later. Izuku, of course, taking the last of his tea. Would that be all? AI, looking at her husband for a second. Actually, there is still another topic we want to talk to you, Midoriya-kun. Ryuji, this is already a personal matter, but bowing deeply alongside his wife, thank you very much for saving our daughter from that villain Overhaul. Izuku, with a small drop of sweat running down his forehead, it seems that today all the parents want to bow. It is not necessary for them to do that. After all, she is like a cousin to Shuko, and I promised to protect her. Smiling. AI, raising head, we know, she told us, smiling, but we still want to thank you somehow. Ryuji, she is our greatest treasure. That is why no matter what it is, just ask for it, and as long as it is in my power I will make it come true. Looking at him extremely seriously. Izuku, he seems very determined. I don't think I can change his mind. Thinking for many seconds until he comes up with an idea. I already know what it could be. Talking to him about his idea, making the Yayorosa smile. Muzutafu, Orudera High School, principal's office, the next day. Teacher, director. Bursting into his office. Director, scared of how the teacher came in. May I know why you came in like that? Teacher, very nervous. There's someone looking for him. Director, and? Downplaying it, who are you for you to act like that? Master, the gulping the sekiryuutei. Director, what? After that, both the principal and some teachers came out to meet Izuku. All the students had stopped paying attention to the classes and were fighting for a position at the windows just to see him, and to his greatest surprise, his girlfriend. The heroine Phoenix was at his side holding the hand of the little girl that they recognized as his daughter. But they were not the only ones. Next to the family was Ryuji with a serious demeanor, who had also brought one of his assistants who was holding a briefcase. Once Izuku noticed his presence, the conversation began. Director, Izuku and Midori, a clearly nervous W. What a joy that our best student is coming to visit us. Izuku, wow, principal, I didn't think you remembered my name, smiling, causing some fear to the teachers and the principal. I remember very well that once I told you what my former classmates did to me and you just told me to shut up. That I had no right to speak in high school and that you wouldn't even bother to learn the name of a disgusting Quirkless. Those words alone were enough to make everyone present start to tremble, afraid of what might happen to them, and in response to this one of the teachers tried to resolve the situation. Teacher, but now it's different, pointing to the entrance of the high school where you could clearly see photos, posters, crafts and anything related to his image. I always believed that you would be the star of the high school and the one who would be the greatest hero. Izuku, really? Approaching the teacher, who could only back away until he fell to the ground. You see, recently I have remembered many things in my life. And curiously, I remembered you staring at the teacher, who did not have the courage to get up, although in my memories I saw you yelling at me just for reporting that Bakuga had stolen my money, and you threatened to make me lose all my exams just because, in your words, trying to defame the good name of the school's star. The only one with the potential to be the greatest hero just because his quirk was incredible. Teacher, unable to say anything, only able to cry for the death that he believed was coming to him. Director, why you're going to kill us, sweating profusely because his plan to please Izuku had failed. Izuku, no, walking away from them. Luckily for you, I'm not like that, going to his family's side to take Eri by the hand. Besides, what kind of example would I give my daughter if I did that? Eri, Daddy, are they the people who were mean to you? Looking at the teachers with a frown, trying to look threatening, only achieving the opposite. Izuku, yes, but don't worry, they will receive their punishment, confusing the teachers. Ryuji, I guess it's my turn to speak now, giving the signal to his assistant so that he could immediately hand a sheet of paper directly into the director's hands. Director, what is this? Ryuji, he is the director of a high school and he can't read? Being blunt with his words, it is an eviction order, surprising all the teachers. All of you along with the students have to leave this premises immediately. Director, indignant, what kind of joke is this? You can't. Ryuji, do you see us laughing? Approaching the director with him directly in front of him. The ownership of these lands belonged to a partner from whom I bought them, and then gave them as a gift. Director, gift? Afraid of what he imagined, to whom? Shuko, well, who else? Obviously Izuku. Eri, mommy, pulling Shuko's clothes a little. Daddy owns this school. Confused. Shuko, yes, Momo's father gave it to your dad for saving her. Eri, really? Looking at Ryuji with shining eyes, and Momo's dad is amazing. Ryuji, right? Leaving his serious attitude upon hearing Eri's words. Izuku, taking the floor to not waste any more time. In short, now that I am the owner of this place and I can do whatever I want, and my wish is to demolish this high school, and then build a kindergarten where all quirkless children can attend without fear of being harassed. In addition to teaching other children to respect people regardless of whether they have a quirk or not. Teacher, swallowing, and what will become of us? Izuku, what isn't obvious? Giving an innocent smile, which was worse for those who would tell them you are all fired. After that, and giving the orders, everyone left the high school, and while Ryuji told the teachers that they would be sued by him due to the use and creation of unauthorized merchandise with Izuku's image, which his company is the only one authorized to do that, the family entered that high school to take a last look. Izuku could only remember all the bad times he lived in those halls, and it was worse when they arrived at his old classroom, and could see how his old table still had clear burns from Bakuga's explosions. Immediately Eri, in an attempt to cheer him up, began to knock over several tables with great difficulty, saying that they deserved it for making her dad sad. And so, laughing, Shuko took Eri in her arms and left the high school, and when they asked about Izuku, an intense heat began to be felt, and a large flame had begun to consume the high school and not leave even the slightest trace of it, which was burned until the foundations melted, and from the rubble Izuku emerged shaking his clothes to remove the dust. Izuku, looking at her clothes, handsome, is really starting to improve with the creation of this fireproof clothing. Ryuji, I see we're done. Putting his phone away, I've already contacted Mr. Uraraka to start construction once they finish with your being silenced by Izuku so Shuko doesn't find out. Shuko, Izuku raising an eyebrow, are you hiding something from me? Izuku, of course not. He nervous looks at the time. We promised to finish helping Rei-san with her move, spreading his wings while taking Eri in his arms. Shuko, you're right, creating her wings of fire, although all might offer to help her carry the heavy things. I feel bad if we don't help too, leaving, flying while leaving Ryuji in charge of everything. After that moment several things had happened, but the most important were Izuku's words to the media again, but this time they were directed directly towards the Quirkless, in which he asked them to stop making those violent demonstrations, that the only thing they achieved was to divide them more than they already were. That he more than anyone could understand them, and that for that same reason he asked them not to fall into a cycle of hatred and revenge, that this was their opportunity to finally have a decent life. Fortunately, many listened to him in a good way and focused on taking advantage of this opportunity to improve their lives. Unfortunately, a small part was not happy with that, but having no other option, they had to stop demonstrating with some resentment in their hearts. And taking advantage of their free time, Izuku along with Shuko and Eri began to travel around different areas of the country. For all of them it was a new experience, because none of them had the opportunity to see many places. For his part, Izuku could never go on vacation with his mother because she had to work all the time to support him. Shuko could never leave her house much due to Endeavor's hellish training, and Eri, for obvious reasons, never knew much more than the room in the Yakuza base where she was a prisoner. They walked as much as they wanted, admiring the beautiful landscapes, taking many photos in the best tourist spots, one of which was when they went to visit Mount Fuji, and so they continued until Drake told them that he wanted to make a small stop since they were close to an important place for him. And of course no one had any problem in fulfilling his request. Ko Ruins, former Hyoto residence, 2 weeks later. Izuku, is this it? Asterisk in front of what once seemed to be a big house. Drake, yes, thanks for bringing me to this place again. Partner, thinking only of him, this is very nostalgic. Eri, looking at the gem in Izuku's hand. Mr. Drake, what is this place? Drake, I already told you that you don't need to call me sir, just calling me by my name is more than enough, and answering your question, this was the place where my previous bearer lived. Shuko, this was where Issei and his wives lived. Looking at the ruins, the place where our ancestors lived, thinking about Momo and Melissa. Drake, being in this place makes me have many memories of that time, remembering all their adventures together. Although Issei was a pervert, and the way he unlocked my power was sometimes humiliating, I can say that he was one of my best carriers and, more importantly, one of the few that I considered my friend. Izuku, I understand. Looking at the gem on his hand while smiling slightly, from the times I've talked to him, I can say that he's a great man. Drake, yes, but you are not far behind, my friend. Izuku, huh? Somewhat confused, what do you mean? Drake, I told you once that you two are alike in some ways, besides the fact that even though you can now use my power, you still fulfill the deal we made when we met. It is for those reasons that I am most grateful to fate, not for the fact of awakening again, but for the fact of having done so with a bearer like you. Another bearer whom I can proudly consider as my friend. Izuku, Drake, extremely happy for his words. Let's keep trying together, partner. Drake, yes. Shuko, smiling, seeing her boyfriend's excitement, I am the one who is most grateful to fate. If you two had not been partners, I am very sure that I would never be as happy in my life as I am now. Hugging Eri, who only returned the hug gladly. Unfortunately, it was not good. Director Nizu along with David had managed to identify that a country did not comply with Izuku's words and had begun to slowly kidnap all the Quirkless from their territories and lock them up in concentration camps with the sole purpose of experimenting with them and managing to discover which of them had sacred gear and how they could use it for their convenience. Naturally, that news infuriated Izuku, and together with Shuko they decided to go rescue them, Of course not without first asking Melissa to protect Eri, which she accepted without any hesitation, and since she knew that her uncle was traveling frequently to Nabu Island and knowing that it was a very beautiful and quiet place in Shuko's words. And now Vivian Ray and Shuko's brothers decided to take her to see the island, and it was on that trip that she met a pair of brown-haired brothers who became friends with her. Not even a day had passed when the news spread throughout the world. All the facilities where the Quirkless were locked up were completely destroyed and they were freed, who upon seeing the sekiryuutei began to cry when they realized that his words of protection towards them were true. And before taking the Quirkless away, he decided to destroy a nearby mountain to make it clear that he was not playing and that he meant his words very seriously. That was taken in different ways by people and governments. Those governments that had not yet signed the laws of equality towards the Quirkless quickly did so. Some governments, although they did not do anything to the Quirkless, they decided to intensify their searches in the different ruins in the hope of finding something from the supernatural era, and finally, the opposing Quirkless only confirmed that people with quirks would never change their mentality without noticing that they themselves behaved in some way the same as them. UA Academy dormitories, Izuku's room, 2 days before entering classes. Izuku, looking at his phone lying on the bed, it seems like it's ready, smiling. Shuko, what's ready? Coming out of the bathroom already dressed up after bathing with Eri. Eri, Daddy! Excitedly jumping on the bed next to Izuku, what are we going to do today? Izuku, well, since there are only 2 days left until classes start again, and I was thinking that we should all go have fun on the beach on Nabu Island. I read that today they were going to hold a small local festival. What do you say? Would you like to go? Eri, yes. Izuku, then tell everyone here in the dorm. Eri, sure. Leaving the room very happy, shouting through the hallways, Aunt Momo. Aunt Melissa. Let's all go to the beach. Shuko, he does have a lot of energy. But now that he's gone, you can tell me what's ready. Izuku, nervous, I don't know what you're talking about. Shuko, Izuku staring at him, I've noticed that you've been hiding something these past few weeks, smiling mischievously and approaching him, moving her hips in a very sensual way. Tell me, what are you hiding? Sitting on top of him and surrounding his neck with her arms. If you tell me, I could give you a reward, saying that all over Izuku's left ear, starting to provoke him. Whatever. Izuku, and no, carefully pushing her away with unmatched willpower. I am not hiding anything. Leaving the room, walking a little weird, I'll send a message to everyone who isn't in the dorm. Shuko, making a cute pout and then laughing a little. Well, I tried. I'll tell you later. Slightly lifting his shirt, seeing his mark on his waist, smiling widely at the sight. This mark represents the genuine love that Izuku feels for me. That's why I will never doubt it. Touching his belly, lowering his hand little by little. It's been a long time since we did it. About to touch herself, but is interrupted by little Eri, who entered the room. Eri, Mommy, I already told everyone. Seeing how Shuko was completely red, are you okay? Shuko, why yes, very nervous. Don't worry, honey. It's nothing. Looking at the room, thinking of something to distract her. Can you help me put away what we need for the beach? Eri, yes, Mommy, forgetting what she saw to help pack. Nabu Island beach, half day. Kurashima, amazing. Excited seeing the beautiful beach. They weren't lying when they said it was a beautiful beach. Ida, certainly, with his leg already recovered, and there is no better time than this to come and have a little fun before returning to being responsible and completing the academy classes. Mineta, being calm, even though he sees several women in swimsuits. Thanks for inviting us, Midoriya. Tetsu, right, thank you very much, brother, for calling us too. We know we haven't talked much with you. Izuku, don't worry, we're all one class now, so it's good that we all get along. Aways, I wish we could all have graduated together, remembering those who passed away and those who left the academy, but we can't do anything but keep their memory alive. Tokoemi, the value of a life can prevail eternally as long as it continues to be remembered. Seeing how several people look at Izuku from afar and greet him with great joy. Midoriya, do those people know you? Izuku, who? Looking at the people and then greeting them too. Oh yeah, they're the people that Shuko and I rescued from that damn laboratory. They specifically were the ones who had nowhere else to live, so we brought them, and the mayor provided them with a house while they learned some work and integrated into the island. Kaminari, hey, speaking of Todoroki, don't you think she and the other girls are taking a while? Setsuna, Don't be impatient, Pikachu. Asterisk her head appears next to Kaminari, scaring him, only for her to return to her body, noting that everyone had arrived. Asterisk a lady needs to take the time necessary for these cases. Reiko, sorry for the wait, lowering head. Kendo, you don't have to apologize to him, looking a little unwillingly at Kaminari, who could only choose to apologize. Kaminari, I am sorry, blushes a little at seeing who was arriving. Ibara, this is embarrassing, blushes. Kaminari, well, I think you look cute. Ibara, having a very red face, covering herself a little with her hair, thank you. Uraraka, hey, don't just stand here. Arriving with great excitement, let's go swimming. Going to the sea. Ida, Uraraka is right. We should take advantage of this last moment of rest before dedicating ourselves completely to our studies. Following her. Tokoemi, arriving at Tsuyu's side. Ajui, are you feeling better now? Tsuyu, tell me, Tsuyu, and if my tongue has completely recovered. Karo, smiling look, sticking out her tongue to demonstrate. Jiro, standing on the beach. Kirishima, getting his attention. Stop wasting time with your twin brother and come swim. Wanting to make fun of him a little, or are you afraid of sinking? If you want, I'll lend you my float, haha. Kirishima, playing along, of course I'm not afraid. Running towards the moor and then throwing himself into the sea with all his might. Kendo, watching that scene under an umbrella next to Momo. You guys really get along. Momo, well, we weren't all that close at first, but it was thanks to Midoriya that we all started to get to know each other better and became great friends. Kendo, smiling, I wish that was our case. Momo, weren't they all like that? Confused. Kendo, no, with a slightly sad look. Some were envious and angry with you for being in Class A, giving a big sigh, and the worst of all was Monoma, who kept saying that he had to kick Midoriya out for being a monster and all that nonsense. Momo, some people never seem to change. By the way, what happened to Monoma? Kendo, he left the academy. Surprising Momo, when they announced that the classes would join, he went to talk to the director demanding that he not accept a monster as a classmate, and the very stupid one said that if Midoriya continued in the academy he would leave. Asterisk smiling. Remembering that scene. Asterisk to which the director immediately threw him out of the office. Momo, ha ha ha, can't hold back the urge to laugh, and what did he expect? That the director would beg him to stay and kick out Midoriya? Ha! Kendo, yes, haha, seeing everyone already swimming, do you want to go with them? Momo, sure. But first, taking a small container and offering it to Kendo, would you help me put on sunscreen? Smiling at him. Kendo, sure, leave it to me, accepting the offer with a very small, imperceptible blush. And so everyone was having fun without any worries. Some were floating peacefully in the sea, others were competing to see who could swim the fastest and longest. After a while Rei had arrived with them, to which little Eri ran into her arms, and between the two of them they began to build a large sand castle, and thanks to Rei's quirk it remained standing. Naturally, all of this was always before Izuku's eyes, who was just sitting in the sand watching this beautiful scene, imagining that surely his mother would be in the same condition as Rei, wanting to spend as much time as possible with her granddaughter. Izuku, despite being almost a 100% dragon, I feel hot watching Rei play with Eri in the sand. How is Rei-san holding up? As far as I understand, people with ice quirks are sensitive to heat, unable to continue thinking when called by someone. Nijire, hello. Midoriya appearing at his side, surprising him. What a coincidence to find you all here. Izuku, Hado-senpai? What are you doing here? Nijire, Ryukyu took this day off and brought me, knowing that classes are going to start again. Sitting next to him, hey, what do you think? Smiling, waiting for his answer. Izuku, opinion? Confused, what would it be about? Nijire, a cute girl sits next to you and asks your opinion, pouting clearly on how her swimsuit looks. Izuku, really? Nijire, yes, letting out a small sigh, listens, being interrupted by Melissa, who arrived. Melissa, Izuku. Arriving, running to be by his side. I'm sorry for the delay, giving him a warm smile, only to then look defiantly at Nijire. Nijire, feeling uncomfortable, I think I'll go back with Ryukyu. Walking away from them, say hello to everyone for me. Melissa, smiling with satisfaction and then looking at Izuku. Izuku, what do you think? Izuku, hello Melissa, don't worry. Noticing Melissa being a bit impatient, and understanding what it was about, he spoke. That swimsuit looks great on you, you look pretty. Melissa, really? Excitedly hugging Izuku and rubbing her breasts on his arm. Did I make your heart flutter a little? Did you fall a little bit in love with me? Getting dangerously close to Izuku's face. Izuku, and Melissa, what are you doing? Blushes a little because she's almost on top of him, and he can feel his heart rate increase. What's happening to me? Why am I feeling this? Drake, it's because of your instincts. Being almost a complete dragon and not having sex with your partner in more than a month made you more susceptible to this. Thinking for a second. Also, if she also becomes a dragon, and judging by her behavior I can say that she is surely going into heat. Izuku, looking everywhere for his girlfriend. Please come quickly Shuko and help me with. Seeing that she was arriving, oh no. Seeing Shuko blushing immensely because of her swimsuit. Immediately the entire beach fell silent. All the men blushed and most of the women were envious. In the middle of this was walking Shuko with great pride while highlighting the marks she had on her waist. And once she arrived with them and saw how Melissa was, she decided to do the same with Izuku's other arm to separate it from her. Shuko, let him go. Pulling him without caring that her breasts wrapped around his arm. He's mine. Melissa, in the same condition as Shuko I won't do it. Pulling harder. Izuku already recognized that he finds me pretty. Izuku, G-girls blushing, looking like a strawberry as he was pulled from side to side, constantly falling on the chests of both girls. Please using all his willpower to not fall prey to his instincts in the middle of the beach. Melissa, also, before you arrived, I stopped Nijire-senpai from flirting with Izuku, stopping pulling him just like Shuko. Shuko, really? Seeing her nod her head, well done Melissa, smiling. Melissa, don't worry, after all Izuku is just ours. Shuko, realizing what she was going to say, of course not. Creating her wings of fire to take Izuku, he is only mine. Melissa, okay, little by little I'm winning them both over, spreading his wings to start following her. Wait for me. Ryukyu, sitting in the distance watching the whole scene while Nijire arrived at her side. You should be more careful Nijire, look what you caused. Nijire, I didn't want that pouting, I just wanted to make a joke. Ryukyu, and that joke was about flirting with him? With clear reproach in his words. Nijire, with a mischievous smile, did you get jealous? Not receiving an answer, just confirming her question. Don't worry Ryukyu-chan, the only person I want to marry in this life is you. Ryukyu, hey, lower your voice. Trying to control his blush, and I already told you that we will talk about it only when you graduate from the academy. Nijire, yes, smiling. The hours went by and finally night had arrived, and although everyone was tired, the excitement of being part of the festival motivated them to continue. Unfortunately, there were still a few hours left, and they had nowhere to stay. But then Izuku told them that he had a surprise for everyone, and took all his companions to the top of a hill where as soon as they arrived they could see a large house. Nabu Island, hilltop, night. Shuko, do you know the owner of this house? Carrying Eri in her arms. Izuku, something like that, smiling to look for something in his pocket. Extend your hand for a second, putting a small object in his girlfriend's hand. Eri, seeing what it was, a key. Confused. Izuku, yes, I specifically called her from our house, causing immense surprise in everyone. Shuko, do you mean that this, pointing at the house without being able to finish her sentence due to the impression. Izuku, yes, with a big smile. One of the conditions for us to legally adopt Eri is that we have our own residence. That's why I asked Uraraka's parents to build it, and just today they finished it and left me the key. Uraraka, that explains why they were so happy when I talked to them a few days ago. Kaminari, dude, that looks amazing. How did you pay for it? Izuku, I signed a contract with Momo's father about the use of my image in various products, and I was able to pay for it with the advance of the profits. Looking at Shuko, who still didn't know how to react. Do you like it? Shuko, releasing small tears which ran down her cheeks. Why yes, hugging a little more tightly. Izuku, Shuko, moved by that reaction. I promised myself to always make you happy, wiping away his tears and then putting his hands on his girlfriend's cheeks, and now that includes our little one. That's why I ordered the construction of a home where we can always live together, giving him a big kiss for a few seconds. So would you do me the honor of being the first to enter? Shuko, with great happiness in her heart, yes. With that said, Shuko was the first along with Eri to enter the house. It was really beautiful inside. Immediately Eri asked about her room, and when she saw it she got extremely excited to see how it was full of different stuffed animals of all sizes. But what excited her the most was a small figure of her father using the balance breaker. That little figure was the model with the ones the others would make. Additionally, there were many empty rooms, to which Izuku told them that whenever any of them wanted to visit them, they could stay and not have to pay for any hotel room. Everyone was excited, especially Shuko, who couldn't stop looking at Izuku, much less get rid of the thought that she was the luckiest woman in the world because they both fell in love. It wasn't until they heard that the festival had already begun that they left their things in the big house and went down to enjoy the show. Kirishima and Tetsu started a competition to see who could eat the most without giving up. Ibara participated in a small procession in which they thanked God for the good life they had. And so everyone participated in the different stalls. Even Eri met again with the brothers Katsuma and Mahoro, who kindly taught her how to play the different activities that the children could do. And so time went by and the final moment had arrived where they had built a large platform where anyone who wanted could show off their musical talents. Kaminari, did you hear that? Looking at Jiro, you should participate. Jiro, you're crazy. Pointing his jacks at him, I'd be really embarrassed to sing in front of so many strangers. Kirishima, really? A little sad. It's a shame getting Jiro's attention. I would have liked to hear you sing. I'm sure you would do great, smiling. Jiro, a little blushing tea, thinking better of it. I see, could try. Kirishima, cheer up, Jiro. Happy supporting her. Jiro, why yes, getting on stage, can I participate? Mayor, of course. Handing him the microphone. Jiro, I know it's late to say it, but doesn't it bother you that people who are not from this island participate in your festival? Mayor, not at all, smiling. Any friend of the sekiryuutei will always be welcomed on this island, won't they? Seeing how all the inhabitants approved of those words, the stage is yours, young lady. Choose the music you want and sing getting off the stage. Jiro, thanks. Watching the songs on a small device, there are many to choose from. Watching one in particular, this one is perfect. After that, everyone started to applaud for the great performance that Jiro made, and for some strange reason many found that song very nostalgic. But before anyone could say that, the mayor had taken the stage again. Mayor, that was an amazing performance. Clapping with everyone else. Young people today are so talented. Looking at Izuku's group, do any of you want to participate too? Shuko, raising her hand, I'll do it. Impressing everyone and heading to the stage in silence. Eri, come on, mommy, you can do it. Holding Izuku's hand, Daddy, did you know that mommy sang? Izuku, no, shaking his head. Shuko, in the middle of the stage with the microphone in hand. Before starting, I would like to say a few words. Staring at her boyfriend. Izuku, you have made me immensely happy. Every word, every look you give me makes me fall in love with you again. Giving him a beautiful smile. For that I dedicate this song to you. Pressing the button for the melody to start playing. It was not by chance, meeting you and being able to love each other. They decided it like this, and it won't change for me. At that moment, and while singing, Shuko could only remember all the bad times she suffered in the cruel training that Endeavor forced her to do, in addition to always prohibiting her from interacting with other people with the only excuse of not getting in the way of her training. When I start to doubt, when everything seems to change, an illusion gives me faith, and I find courage to continue. And then the memories invaded her mind again. But this time it was the first time she met Izuku, how he saved her from the Noma at the USJ, how he made her use her fire for the first time at the sports festival, and the beginning of their friendship. I will continue, running on this journey without forgetting. May my being take you until the end. Friendship, which did not last long, since those feelings had increased in intensity, giving way to love, which both had manifested during the camp with the moons and the stars as witnesses, which also witnessed how their relationship increased in intensity when they gave each other their first time after the license exam, giving rise to the brands that they carry with pride. I can't forget you, you will live in memory, and your look, your sweet voice. They stay in my heart, and I know well that you believe me. That's why I'll see you again. We won't have to cry anymore. I will be with you. Unfortunately, Not all of them were good times, since that's when he remembered the state that Izuku was in when he witnessed how his mother had died in his arms and how everyone at that moment hated him. But it was at that moment that his promise to always be together no matter if they had the whole world as an enemy was born. My future is with you, I already decided that. And I know well that you too share my desire. But those bad memories were ephemeral compared to the good ones, like the one they made of one day getting married and living together. A promise that same day Izuku had fulfilled by having a beautiful house where they could start a beautiful family. I will be your guardian angel, it is a promise of love. We won't have to cry anymore, I'll be with you. At this point there was no need to remember more moments. Shuko just let out her feelings for Izuku while creating her wings of fire which, thanks to the lights of the stage, made her look like the most beautiful of angels. It was not by chance, meeting you and being able to love each other. They decided it like this and it won't change for me. Once the song ended, everyone remained completely silent. No one said anything. Izuku handed over the care of Eri to Momo for a few minutes while he spread his dragon wings and climbing onto the stage. The only thing he could do was hug Shuko tightly. Immediately everyone began to applaud with great fervor while they just shared a beautiful kiss in front of everyone. Mayor, great! Going up on stage for those who say that true love doesn't exist, it's because they haven't met this couple. Looking at everyone, we still have time for one last song. Anyone up for it? Izuku, me surprising everyone, but still looking at his girlfriend. If you dedicate such a beautiful song to me, then I can't stay behind. Shuko, I understand, then wanting to get off the platform, but Izuku stops her. Izuku, stay receiving the microphone, and quickly selecting the song. I want to say a few words to you once I finish. The melody starts to play. And with that everyone had started to applaud again, and even some people had cried, among them Rei, who couldn't be more grateful to the heavens because her daughter had been able to find such a wonderful person to fall in love with, and that love was reciprocated. The husbands held hands, as did some couples. But the happiness of the moment would only increase because of what Izuku would say. Izuku, Shuko, since we've been together I've been able to know what true happiness is, which to my surprise only increased the moment Eri came into our lives searching in his pocket for a small box. I know we don't really need this, but I really want to do it, and not just as the other requirement to legally adopt Eri, taking out the small box as he knelt in front of Shuko while taking her hand. Shuko, Izuku bringing her hand to her mouth as tears came out again. Izuku, Shuko Todoroki, you are a truly incredible woman. Waking up next to you fills me with happiness. With every kiss you give me, with every hug we share, it only makes me want to feel more. I want to start a family with you. That's why I want to ask you this question, opening the door revealing that there was a ring inside. Will you marry me? Everyone was waiting expectantly for Shuko's response. All her friends were covering their mouths so as not to let out a scream of excitement. Melissa just smiled at seeing that scene. All her friends could only wish to the now non-existent gods that everything would turn out well. Rei, for her part, just held back the urge to burst into tears just so as not to ruin the video she was recording with her phone from the moment Izuku knelt down. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long for her response. Shuko, yes. Launching herself to hug Izuku, knocking him to the ground only to shower him with kisses, of course. Crying with happiness 1,000,000 times over, I would agree to marry you. Causing the applause and celebration of everyone present to be heard throughout the island. Does that mean we can adopt Eri now? Izuku, yes. Putting the ring on Shuko's finger. Shuko, showing the ring to her friends because she couldn't stand so much happiness. I'm getting married. Making everyone scream with happiness. Eri, what is getting married? Confused in Momo's arms. Jiro, getting married means that you want to spend most of your time with the guy you like the most. The one you can consider as your best friend. Eri, my best friend? Not understanding the message well, so one day I will marry Katsuma. Causing everyone to laugh at her innocent words, except one. Izuku, with a vein marking his forehead. Katsuma. Causing everyone to laugh at his reaction. Fortunately for Katsuma, Shuko dragged Izuku to his new house. The accumulation of emotions had overwhelmed her. Additionally, the fact of not having had relations with her now fiancé had her on the edge, and that song along with his marriage proposal was the straw that broke the camel's back. Once they reached the main room, she began to kiss Izuku desperately all over. At that, Izuku just began to let himself get carried away by the moment, imitating his fiancée's actions, and was thankful for having asked that his room be equally soundproof so there was no danger that they would be heard. They were letting themselves go without the slightest intention of stopping, since they knew that there was no threat that could affect them. The mere fact that all their companions, a professional heroine and Melissa herself, were on the same island made Nabu Island the safest place in Japan. But what Shuko didn't count on was that, if she was in that state because she hadn't had relations with Izuku, he was much worse and only remained calm by sheer force of will, which allowed her to let her go, and that resulted in her not being able to get out of bed the next day. Despite her great regeneration, it was impossible for her to move a single finger, and it was at that moment that she perfectly understood what Ophis once told her about never provoking a dragon. And with great shame she had to resort to the proposal that Momo told her during the first day at camp and asked her to create a wheelchair for her. All her friends understood perfectly what happened and avoided talking about the subject. But in her innocence, Eri asked her what had happened, to which Shuko had no other option but to lie to her and say that she fell. And with that, time passed, beginning a beautiful dream for the family, where many things changed for the better. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever, and on that day the world will remember it. Muzurafu, Heaven, 2 years later. Izuku, flying at a moderate speed next to Shuko. I can't believe we're finally about to graduate from the academy. Shuko, either have I, laughing a little. Many things have changed in these 3 years that we were there, watching her ring shine in the sun's rays, although what I am most looking forward to is finally celebrating the wedding. Izuku, smiling, I'm also looking forward to it. If it were up to me, we would have gotten married the next day after I put the ring on you. Shuko, me too, but it doesn't matter. After all, the fact that we were already engaged was enough to adopt Eri. Izuku, I still wonder how Rei-san managed to convince us to graduate? Shuko, you know how convincing my mom is when she wants to be, smiling, remembering that she was very happy now she was even able to conquer All Might. Izuku, that was a surprise, and you thought I had some relation to him, and in the end he turned out to have it with you, haha. Shuko, a little blushing, don't remind me of that. I don't know what I was thinking with those crazy theories I made up. Izuku, I'm sorry, looking at how he could already see his destination in the distance, but you know, it's nice to see how some of our acquaintances finally found someone to love. Shuko, yes, the one that surprised me the most was Fuyumi. Who would have thought that she would end up getting married before me to the new director of the Hero Commission, Haruto? Izuku, yes, he was there the day they met, and now that I remember, they seemed to get along very well as soon as they met. Shuko, and the best thing was when my little niece was born, remembering that moment with great joy. Izuku, remembering that moment that night as soon as we got home, you dragged me to our room to have fun, having a mischievous smile. That kitten lingerie really suits you. Shuko, hey. Patting him while blushing, it's not my fault that he wants to have more children with you. Besides, the lingerie was your idea, in addition to the other outfits you asked me to wear. I didn't know you had a fetish for nurse uniforms. Izuku, blush, ready to counterattack. I'm not the only one. What about that time you asked for a police suit, and you made me wear a prisoner one? And so the couple talked as they reached their destination. In those 2 years many things had happened. As soon as she graduated, Nijire declared to everyone that she was in love with Ryukyu, and currently they work in the same agency as a couple of heroes as Kota's parents once did. Tamaki started working at the Fat Gum agency, and is climbing the ranks very quickly, and although he has gained more confidence, he still finds it a bit difficult to look people in the eye. For his part, Mirio, once he graduated, went with Regulus to train in the mountains, where he continues to do so today. On top of that, the crime rate had dropped to historic levels, all indirectly due to Izuku, since the villains, knowing his power, did not dare to come out of their hiding places until they had something with which they could go against him. Izuku, you know the couple that really surprised me? Shuko, which one? Izuku, that of Kaminari and Shiozaki. Shuko, not me. Kaminari was the one who encouraged her the most after finding out about that, remember? Izuku, how could I forget? Everyone wanted to know what kind of ancestors they had, and using the same method that happened with you, they used their quirks on the boosted gear to see if Drake could recognize any essence. Drake, the gem appearing in Izuku's hand. Although I didn't like being used for that, I have to admit that it was a real surprise when I felt the essence of the ancient demon king Izuku Beelzebub in it. Shuko, the poor girl, barely found out about that and fainted and had a hard loss of faith. Izuku, yes, she was depressed because of that. Smiling. Fortunately, Kaminari knew how to cheer her up with his bad jokes, as well as telling her that her genes didn't matter, that she was free to openly believe in what she liked the most. Shuko, I wonder where she learned those words. Remembering how Izuku helped her in a similar way, I still remember how they started their relationship that Christmas. Izuku, don't even remind me. Eri almost killed us all because of excessive cuteness that time. Shuko, yes, the poor thing had confused the festivities and thought it was like Halloween and wanted us all to dress up. That was when, holding back the tenderness of remembering that moment, she came out using a miniature version of your balance breaker while shouting boost. Izuku, that was the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Holds back the cuteness just like Shuko, although you have to admit that dressing up for Christmas was fun. Shuko, I don't deny it. Momo came out in a pirate costume saying that she would become the queen of them. Haha, remembering that moment. Izuku, it wasn't bad, but without a doubt the hexiest one was yours. Your thighs drove me crazy that night. Remembering that moment. Shuko, you were so hard on me that night. Blushes. Wearing that vampire costume and telling me you would suck my soul out didn't help. Remembering her costume. Izuku, yes, I think it was at that moment that we liked the idea of doing it using costumes. Shuko, let's leave that aside. You want? Trying to change the subject. Personally, I think that the costume I liked the most after Aries was Ibera's. She didn't want to leave Christmas aside, that's why she chose that outfit. She even made greeting cards with the photo. Remembering with a smile. And so the couple remembered more fun moments with their friends and families until they finally reached their destination, which was the kindergarten that Izuku ordered to be built 2 years ago, where they had Aries studying. The place was very beautiful, and what few knew was the enormous security it had. Its entire security system was sponsored by the Shield Industries, in addition to having the resources of the Yayorosa family for its installation. Muzutafu, kindergarten, a few moments before. Eri, waiting at the entrance today. Dad and Mom are taking a long time. Girl, what's up, Eri? Leaving the building with her group of friends. You're always the first to leave, wearing a shirt with Shuko's picture on it. Boy, that's right, come play with us. Even my parents bought me this. Taking out of his backpack a sekiryuutei toy which when pressed said boost. Kid 2, that's the new model. Excitedly adjusting his glasses. It's almost as amazing as this one. Pulling out an edge-shot toy which when pressed said pay. Eri, no thanks, my dad and mom should be here soon, and I don't need those toys. Girl, are you sure? No one here has ever seen them. Kid 1, yes. A little angry for despising his toy. Besides, everyone wants to have this sekiryuutei toy. Having a proud smile. My parents were able to get me one before they ran out. Could it be that yours couldn't, and that's why you say you don't need them? Eri, not really seeing that they had arrived, so she could only smile after all. Izuku, Eri, calling her with great joy as he landed in the entrance next to Shuko. Shuko, we're sorry for the delay, honey, we had some business to take care of before. Eri, Dad, Mom, running into her parents' arms while her classmates look on in astonishment. Izuku, did you wait long? Carrying her in his arms. Eri, no, shaking head, don't worry. Child 2, falling glasses off in shock. The true. Boy 1, as sekiryuutei dropping his toy in shock of seeing Izuku. Girl, T, the heroine, in the same condition as the boys for having their favorite heroine in front of them. P Phoenix. Izuku, you guys are Eri's classmates, right? Looking at the kids who could only nod their heads. Nice to meet you. I hope you get along with my daughter. Looking at Eri, shall we go? Eri, yes, Dad. Looking at the children before leaving. I don't need any toys after all. Hugging Izuku even more tightly as they fly out of the place. I have the originator always by my side protecting me. Leaving behind the children who at no time could close their mouths from the shock. And with that said, the couple went back to the island where Vivian was. Fortunately, the fact of having the facility to fly helped them a lot to travel that great distance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to do it every day. During the trip, and as usual, little Eri told her parents how her day was. but she stopped when she saw a large advertisement on one of the buildings in the city. Musitifu Sky. Eri, look, there you are, Mom! Pointing to a big advertisement, making Izuku stop. Shuko, huh? Looking at the direction her daughter was pointing. Wow, I didn't think they would start advertising already. Looking at the advertising in front of them. Izuku, smiling, you came out really well in that photo. But approaching her to give her a big kiss, there is no camera in this world that can portray how truly beautiful you are, making her blush. Shuko, why you're being so cheesy again, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, but I love that you're like that. Izuku, I know, how about when we get home I make katsudon for dinner? Eri, yes. Excited katsudon. Izuku, ha ha ha, that's my daughter, now about to continue flying, but a strong pain in his left arm prevents him. What's going on? Shuko, Izuku. Worried, taking Eri in her arms. What's going on? Drag. The gem appearing in his hand, it's him, worrying the couple, knowing what he was talking about. He's back. UA Academy Principal's office, moments before. Nizu, checking several papers. I think we're done with that. Thank you very much for your help, Director Haruto. Haruto, not at all, shaking his head. I should be the one who should thank you. Without your help, it would have taken us much longer to gather all of Jotaro's dirty laundry. Frowning, unfortunately, we still haven't been able to find his location. Nizu, if getting serious, he and the League of Villains haven't appeared in these 2 years. I'm worried about what they might be planning. Haruto, Director, don't you think it's time? Being interrupted by Aizawa, who seemed very upset. Aizawa, quickly turn on the news channel. Agitated from running. Nizu, Aizawa, what's going on? Aizawa, fast. Making them follow his orders only to be scared by what they saw on the screen. Haruto, the White House is. Nizu, destroyed, watching all the news without being able to speak. United States, Washington, White House. Extra heroes. Curse lying on the ground, very injured, while they can only watch as the White House is consumed by flames. What is he? Everything happened so fast. We didn't do anything against him. Shigaraki, pathetic, calling the attention of all the spectators for hearing his voice for the first time, although his figure cannot be seen due to the smoke that covered him. And to think that once this nation boasted of being the most powerful in the world, being a little more visible, being able to notice that he was holding something round in his hand, even his number one heroine could not do absolutely anything, throwing that sphere at the heroes, causing the cameras to capture it, causing some people to vomit in fear, since that sphere was nothing more than Star and Stripe's head. Extra heroes, very angry, slowly getting up. Wretch. Shigaraki, coming out of the cloud of dust just for everyone to see his terrifying smile. Did you like this period of peace? Raising his hands while the fire was so intense that the sky was turning red. Did you think that it would be enough to focus on that promise of a glorious tomorrow? Clenching his fists, don't make me laugh. What you did is unforgivable, not only to the Quirkless, also to those people who, according to their own standards, were not fit for this society, and treated them like garbage. Remembering the past of some of his companions. Extra hero, shut up, you damn bastard! Using his quirk to attack, making everyone follow him, causing a cloud of dust again. You are an L1TO Judge US. We seeing how Shigaraki's body was covered by white and blue wings. That's getting scared when he gets an idea of what it was. Shigaraki, oh, I see you've already noticed, flapping his wings to get rid of the entire cloud of dust. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to do anything, starting to rise in the air. After all, I, smiling with even greater madness, I have the power of the other celestial dragon. Vanishing dragon. Balance breaker. Immediately everyone who was watching panicked, since they already knew perfectly well the power of the sekiryuutei. That fear that was born in their hearts only intensified when they could perfectly see the figure of the great dragon manifest on Shigaraki's back. Extra heroes, and no, can't be terrified. Quick, someone called the sekiryuutei to Shigaraki. I told you it was too late. Extending his hand to activate his technique. Divide. Immediately, everyone present fell to the ground, unable to move a finger. Not only were the heroes, but the reporters who were flying over the area lost control of the helicopters and plummeted into different areas. Only one camera survived, which was still broadcasting what had happened to the rest of the world. Extra hero, Please don't kill me crying on the floor knowing his fate. I have a family. Shigaraki, don't worry, making that hero have hope for a second only to destroy it a second later. They will also join you, starting to absorb energy from the environment. The beautiful dream they were in ends here and now. Raising his arm, why? Taking a second wind to scream as loud as he can. I, the one who would awaken.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.